الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وإمام المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه. وهو أسئلة قضايا سيئة possibility detecting the ability to devise new seek spaces and the of one truth that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who has read the model. There are not going to share that is something. I welcome everyone was second year of our session. And allow me to without taking much of our time today, we are going to have like questions. So we don't really want to be heard by our hospital in the house, the professor, the trainer, and the other sessions will be led by the other speakers and will be led by the person. And then we are meeting the first three sessions. In between, we are going to have a break. Then after which we go for lunch, food, and come back for the sessions. So without taking any further management, the three words about our speaker for the day. Like I told Darwin, I think that I said I'm fascinated with profile. This is because I have a background in philosophy. They are not continuing to bless her. Speakers are all degree education by human sciences and it's focused on philosophy. We also have a diploma in education with focus in English, and she has a master's in education, and that is a social foundation. And she has a PhD in education, but with focus in critical pedagogy in Sheffield, the University of Sheffield in UK. So, aside that, she also is registered active member of various international academic and international organizations. And the one that fascinated me most is the one that that philosophy of the educational society in Great Britain. So currently she is director of Center for Teaching Thinking at the Area of Education, and she has written a lot of works and papers, conferences, which I don't want to take much of, but you can check that. Very fascinating. We allow this efforts. So I have the honor to invite the Associate Professor, Suhaila, to say, you have the floor.
Thank you, Brother Kazim, right? Thank you for the introduction. For the lengthy one, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Suhaila Hussein from Kuliah of Education. Currently, I'm no longer the Director of Teaching Thinking because I'm on sabbatical leave. That's why I'm able to come here and have a session with you, inshallah. Now, my session today is basically quite technical, okay, because it's focusing on the methodology. And I've been advised by Dr. Fiham to relate the sessions for today to the area of Islamic thought and civilization. Unfortunately, I'm sorry if perhaps some of the examples I've given may not be directly related to your field of study. I have to apologize, but I think regardless, you might have some use of the discussion that we're going to have today. Okay. I have to warn you that the sessions could be technical. So at any point, if you do not understand, please just ask for clarification. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do today is basically talk about the types of data. And this is also implied where I'm going to talk about the data collection methods involved when you collect the different types of data. Now, if you look at the current literature, there has been a shift of how the types of data is being presented. Especially now we've got so many sources, different types of sources with the change of time and technology. Okay, but what I would like to focus is like I'm presenting it today, which is closely related to your area, which is Islamic thought and civilization. Okay, So one thing that you need to understand, I'm not sure how many are actually going to embark on an empirical research. Empirical here, I refer to the fact that you have to go and collect data directly. Okay, you have contact to the participants or the subjects directly. That's what we mean by empirical. So one thing, a general rule of thumb that you have to remember is that if you want to know what people do, you observe. You cannot ask them per se, because they might say something else, but they might do something else. If you want to know what people say, then you ask them directly. So this is where we will do interviews. Okay, so more often than often, when you do observation, you do have to pair them with interviews because you want to know why they do what they do. Okay, so this is also another rule of thumb. Okay, from then onwards, we're going to look at the different types of data. Here, I'm going to discuss in terms of the primary and secondary data, right? Because I think you'd be using a lot of primary and secondary data. And we're also going to look at textual and visual data. Why? You will soon realize later that there's a lot of benefit using visual data, especially in contemporary media. Right? So primary data is basically data that you collect directly for the first time. You are the one who collects it directly for the first time. And it's an original data where you gather to address your problem, your research problem. While secondary data is pre-existing data, which is produced by others. And it can also be analysis and interpretation of the primary data. For example, if you study about Arumi, commentaries on Arumi could be considered as secondary data. But the original work is primary data. I think that's quite clear, right? Now, when you talk about textual data, there are different types of textual data. You've got the interviews, you've got the field notes which you derived from observational data. And you've also got recently this media and historical documents. So I assume you'll also be using a lot of historical document. Okay. Do I have to check the chat box for questions? No. Okay, thank you. So what is interview is basically a direct method of inquiry where usually it involves a dialogue or conversation. It can be done face-to-face or it can be done through other medium, but it has to be a direct method where you get immediate feedback when you ask the question. Then you ask them, interview. What they think, what they feel, right? What they believe, you ask them. Okay. With regard to honesty, when you do an interview, there are tips on how you build the rapport. In any kind of research, even if you're doing a survey, there's always this probability that they may not be telling the truth. So that is one, yeah, so in any kind of research, you always have to be prepared of that probability. It's not 100%. And this is where we feel that we know that our knowledge is very limited and finite compared to Allah's knowledge, because we never get the absolute truth. This is something we have to remember. But we can actually observe or give due attention to some of the measures that we can take to make sure that the person is at least being honest. Okay. A question? She's asking whether how would we know the person that we ask are telling the truth. That we don't. It's very difficult to be certain. Okay, so we go on into the types of interview. You've got single and individual interview. You can be done through face-to-face or telephone, and I think now we've got Zoom and Google Meet, so that can also be considered as part of means to interview. It usually centers around a focus topic, or you may want to explore the interviewee's experience, opinions, or feelings. Okay, this is possible also. When you talk about group interview, it's slightly different because you are going to interview a group of interviewees at the same time. Number, it ranges between 5 to 10. We do not get too many because if you get too many, you will have problem identifying who said what. And we also want to make sure that everyone speaks. So the maximum number would be 10. Yes, focus group discussion. Focus group interview, focus group discussion. This is what we mean as group interview or FGD. It's usually done in a face-to-face meeting, but even now, because of the pandemic, there's a lot of tendency to have it online. So that is also acceptable. It's acceptable. And I think it's even easier because you can record it directly, right, through Zoom or Google Meet. Again, it may center around a focus topic or the person's perceptions and experience. It tends to be more of a sharing session sometimes. So you have to understand what is the purpose of the FGD compared to the individual interview. Okay, there must be a reason why, rather than you just choose a focus group because it's easier to gather everyone at the same time. Okay.
The justification.
Yeah, there must be a justification. One thing that we have to remember is a bit difficult to handle, and it requires skills to regulate those who may not speak at all, or the dominant one. This is something that we have to also consider. Another issue is in terms of the confidentiality and privacy, because sometimes when you discuss, there may be a lot of sensitive issues being discussed. How do we make sure that what is being discussed in that room will not be related to other people by the members of the interview? This is something that we also have to be prepared for. This is what we talk about ethical issues. Yeah, so we have to give a briefing to the interviewees about all these measures that need to be taken care of. Okay, there are other types of interview, for instance, phone interviews, right? But it reduces the impact of social influence because they can't see you, so there's a tendency that they will hang up if they don't like what you're asking. So the tendency is that we would prefer to be more standardized when you're having the phone interviews. I think a lot of telemarketing does this phone interviews, right? They will ask very specific questions, close-ended ones, that will be quick. The other one is elite interviews, where you interview famous or powerful person, right? In this case, it has to be pretty unstructured because you will have to give a lot of latitude to the interviewee to guide the interview because he's a big person. So this is something that you also have to consider. I'm going to go briefly into the types of interview protocol, which means the questions that you are going to ask. There are different types to it. Either it's going to be a schedule, which is very standardized, or a guide, which is very unstructured. Okay. When you talk about interview schedule, it's very strict, it's very specific and standardized. It's more structured, more precise. You have to follow the list of questions precisely. And there's a purpose why you choose a schedule rather than a guide. Because it concerns the types of analysis that you are going to use later on. More close-ended questions, so it's easy for you to analyze. Okay, it tends to be hypothesis-driven. You want to see whether, in a way, it complies to the hypothesis that you are going to use. Okay. In contrast, when you talk about interview guide, it's a very rough guidelines. Okay, it can be less structured, less precise, unstandardized even. You may walk in without any specific questions, right? It has to be more open-ended. If you want to explore, it has to be more open-ended. So it's basically more exploratory and emergent. So you want to see what emerges in the interview. You come in without any preconceived notion. Okay. So this is when you use a interview guide, and it gives you a lot of latitude to move around the set of questions that you have. You have a set of questions, but they are not specific, and they are very unstructured and very flexible. Okay. Now, we're going on to the observational data. So for any questions on the interview?
Get the phone in the local language.
Mm-hmm.
You have to update the result into
Language. If you talk about translation of the transcripts, we usually do back-to-back translation. Back-to-back translation means that when you gather the data in the first language of the participant, and it will have to be translated, right? Then the person, the translated field notes or transcripts will have to be translated back to the language of the participant to see that they are similar. This is what we mean by back-to-back translation. But the translation must be done by different people. For instance, let's say I'm doing my study in Malay language. It has to be translated to English, right? Someone else will have to translate the English version to Malay. And you will have to see, yeah, someone else. So then you will have to see the transcript of the interviewees in Malay is the same as the translated version. That's how you do back-to-back translation.
And all these three copies, which means you now have three copies. The local, and the translation part.
Yes.
Now, all these three are going to form part of the submissions.
As a processing.
The analysis will be done in the language that you are using. If your language is English, not Malay, then you use it in English. And the presentation of data is usually done in the medium of instruction that you are using for the thesis. So sometimes you see that it depends. Some supervisors, they don't require you to give the original language of the excerpts when you're presenting the thesis. In my case, my supervisor said, no, you can have it in English because we have done the back-to-back translation. No problem. But some may require you to put both versions. It would depend on the supervisor and the format of thesis. I'm more comfortable in English because when I write my articles, they are in English. Sometimes I do get the interviewee transcripts in Malay, but when I do the coding, I do it in English. So you can use whichever language that you are comfortable with as long as you know the language. But I don't do it in Arabic because I don't know Arabic. If the transcript is in Arabic, I will have someone else translate it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Same. You interview them. Yeah, interview them. Okay. So we'll. No, you can hire other people. Usually we'll get someone who is an expert translator. If you can do it by myself, usually we will also get someone else to review it, if they agree or not. Okay. Okay. Next, observational data or field notes, right? So, what is observation? It's basically when you observe and you describe the behavior of a subject. And it's also a way of collecting relevant information and data to your focus of study. To some extent, it can be a participatory study because you are going to establish a link with subject. So there are different types of observation. It can be very close. It can be quite distant. So you decide. Also, it goes also according to the nature of the problem. Okay. But one thing that you have to be certain that you are going to be immersed in the same setting when you are recording and taking notes. If you look at interview, you can record. but you don't have to jot down the notes because you are listening. But when it comes to observation, you do have to take notes intermittently. Because sometimes when you record, you may lose the meaning. This is something that you have to remember. So there are, again, just like interview, you've got two types of methods of observation, which is structured and unstructured. So you decide which one you would prefer, which is more suitable to your problem. It can, structured means it can be very controlled and systematic, so that's easier for you to analyze later. Okay, where you may collect the data as per a predefined schedule. So you may prepare the schedule first. What are you going to look for? For instance, a checklist. You've got the items defined and you just have to check whether it happens or not. That's an example of structured observation method. And also you are looking at a very specific variable in your data collection. You already know what you are looking for. Okay, but unstructured is different. It's opposing to the structured method. It's very open, free. It is also a form of naturalistic observation. And you do not have any predetermined objectives, schedules of variable. You do not know what you're going to expect. So you go in with an open mind. Okay?
No hypothesis.
Yeah, no hypothesis. Okay. So this is similar to the interview guide, right? So you can see when you choose a method, whether it's interview or observation method, that they are similar. If you use interview that is scheduled, preferably you use observation that is structured. They are of this similar type. Types of observation, you've got controlled, where you carry out in a very close space. So it's easier for you to monitor the subjects, to observe the subjects. You determine the place and time and who you are going to observe. If let's say I go into a class, I will know that I'm going to observe the teacher. So I'll just look at the teacher's behavior and actions. If I want to look at the students, I will have to determine what is it that I want to look at of the students. It's very specific. We also have measures on that. So usually when you step into the setting, they will be informed. Now this is related to ethical issues. The subjects need to be given, they need to give consent before they are involved in any study. So there are different ways of doing it. Either it can be a participant and non-participant. Sometimes you may have to be a member of the group. For instance, so this brings us to the issue of insider and outsider research. You can even observe a setting that you are familiar with. For instance, your book club. You're a member of the book club, right? You have rapport already. So you can do that. Or where in cases where you are not a member, for instance, a classroom, you're not a member, you can also do that. And you have to explain the purpose of you being there, so that they know what you are doing and that you don't interfere with the action. Yeah, the session. Okay. So you need to understand the third thing that you have to remember, you do a control, is that you have to decide when you are going to use the standardized process. When. Okay, this is very important. Which one? Who to observe is where you decide who you are going to observe. Because in that setting, there may be many people, right? But you identify who specifically you are going to observe. Okay?
Basically, when we will observe further behavior, so it can be changed. Naturally, when we observe this, that time we need to inform them, right?
Yes.
So behavior can be changed.
It can be changed, yes.
So when we analyze the data, during that time, we can add something, what I observed.
No, you just have to record whatever that you have observed. Okay. This is the same question that you asked just now. We have to remember that when you do observation, you don't do just a one-off observation. That's why it's immersed. You are going to build rapport and you are going to be in that setting for an extended time. That's when you are being familiar with the participants or the subject. Yeah. Yeah.
As a researcher, I would say this, okay, not there better during the time I can come another counter analysis from another way. This is the real observation. But when I feel like that, can I add something?
Okay, when we do observation, we do have the practice of having a memoing. You have a memo where the researcher has a memo and they jot down what they observed based on their personal opinions or judgment. You can put this on the side because when you do observation, you don't do just a once observation, you do many times, right? So every time you can jot down. If you feel that there's a change, but the first few observations, you see that the participants may be a bit stiff, they're not very open. It will take time to actually build that rapport. But as you have more observation, you realize that they're getting familiar, they're more familiar with you, they're more relaxed. Then you know that this is the natural, it's more natural that way. So you can put that in the personal memory.
Or you can get the observation. And then in that time, they're giving it a or they're giving it totally change from the reality. And when discuss the teacher, okay, you can write what you did from the real observation. And what do you think from your critical perspective during the time, you can add later. Your own critical observation is your field.
Yeah, that's what I mean by personal memoing.
Yeah.
You have your own notes to see. But at any point, when you observe, you have to describe what you observe. If you observe that they are not being natural, you have to record that. That's also one thing. And we do have to use a lot of description.
I will not any interrupt. They will do it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll record all of them. But what I feel,
Yeah, you can put aside, not part of the group, but aside.
For example, I was part-time. So what happens is they know that maybe the officers are coming. So what they do is previously they make everything, we have everything. So that when officer comes and they see the result, they give him. So when it comes to the observation, the format, I mean, you say like person like anonymous. If the anonymous, that is good, but that would be like kind of unclear, right? If this comes to interview, so not the observation. So if you don't inform them, it's kind of I say unethical in a way because we didn't inform them, but we are doing observation. And if you inform them, that is also another problem because they always tell their reaction.
Okay.
So in that sense, do you think like we could do like both? If I participant we do by asking them, then 5 participants like anonymous. That's how I mean otherwise how would be that?
I think when you do a research is different than when you an inspectorate. Right. It's different. Yeah.
As soon as you are saying to someone that we are doing, we are going to observe, obviously they are going to think. And they are using like over time, like sometimes you don't have time to observe for 1 year or maybe I think that is the same to observe for the particular valuation period. The WT for so long time for now, that is okay. When it comes to like social things, sometimes they don't have enough time. Like we are
Okay. two things. When you do observation, if you are looking at, like, for instance, very specific behavior, it's better to do a control observation. So when you do a control observation, you have to explain clearly your presence to the participants or who will be involved. Okay, if I go into a class, I just want to observe the teacher, but we still have to explain our presence to the students so that they know. And we have to make it clear what is that we are observing and why they have to behave naturally. You have to be very clear with the research, yeah? Very transparent. If I want to look at the social behavior, then I would use the unstructured observation, and I would choose to be a member. I would choose the participant observation where I am a member of that social group, so that I can understand, I can see how they behave naturally. But you have to know your ability, the purpose of observation for you to make sure that you get the data that you want. Okay, right?
That's all.
Yeah. Right. Okay, this is what I mean by naturalistic observation. Yes. Inspectorate and researcher. Yeah. Yeah. Because when you are an inspector, you don't need to explain to inform them when you are coming, actually, because you are supposed to be practicing what they are supposed to do. They know the rules and procedures, they are supposed to do it. So the inspectorate will just see whether they are compliant to that procedure, you know, right? Like auditing. But when researcher is different, because you want to know what they are doing. So you need to inform so that they are prepared to some extent. But like I said, like you said just now, it's also a good point where if the subjects are used to you, you don't have to inform them when you are coming, because they are already accepting you. So acceptance is very important in the observational method.
You get the rapport first.
Yes, in fact, interview also, you have to build that rapport. That's why it's qualitative. Survey, no problem. You do not need to know the informant or respondent. But qualitative data, you have to build that rapport. That's important. Eh?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead for your question.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Just now you mentioned two rules of the thumb. The first one was how to gauge what people say, and the second one was how to gauge what people do. Okay, but the thing is that what they say, I think is different from what they think, because what people say would be what people are talking about, or rather what what is the latest trend. But what people think is actually from the root, from the core, what actually drives them, what motivates them. Is internal, is from internal. It's not, may not be something that they talk about. So how do you what is the best way to gauge what people think?
I think I mentioned just now. You have to switch off. When you do an observation, usually would pair it off with interview, because you want to have clarification of that action that they have done. Okay, that's why you pair them together, observation and interview, especially if it's unstructured observation.
That is related to action, but some things that you want to test may not be related to action. Probably what they think about something, it may not be translated into action.
Yeah, so when you want to know what they think, what they believe, you ask them. So you use interview.
Okay.
Observation.
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, yeah, there's always a limitation. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the second point, the researcher's role, to find and record whatever can be seen and observed in natural habitat. So this is where you have to also make sure that you are ready to record the observation. At the same time, when I say record, it can be, you can use an equipment. At the same time, you may have to record by jotting down the notes that you have observed, important ones. Okay. This can also be termed as non-participant observation because you are distant from the subject. You are not involved or engaged in the action of the subject. But participant observation is different. You're not a distant observer. In fact, you join the participants and become a part of their group. Why? Because you want to get a more in-depth and greater insight into the data. So this is where, if you want to break that barrier and be more accepted, you choose this type of observation. So that you can also interact with the members of the group and you will be able to know more details of the actions and the culture that they are practicing. Okay. So you have to participate in the activity so that you're able to get that feel why they are doing what they did, and you study their behavior, and you are also able to acquire a different way of life. So participant observation can be overt or covert. Overt here means they know that you are a member because you want to do research. Or covert, you can do it without them noticing it. Okay? So you decide which one is preferable. Yeah, they know. Yeah, yeah. Whenever you want to record something, you have to ask for permission. So they will know why you are there. But as time goes by, you can decide whether today I want to record or not. Perhaps it's the same activity. So you may not want to record, but you want to just jot down notes. Because sometimes when you are involved, in some way you know what's going to happen and why they happen. Right. So sometimes it's better, it's natural that way. And usually when you do a participant observation, it will be extended time. It's like you are being so immersed, you are living among them. Okay. You don't have to record all the time, otherwise there's a lot of data. Right. You have to be very careful in how you plan the study. Okay. Some ways that you want to look at, this is where you call about sampling methods of observation, where you may want to look at the event that happens, right? You only want to identify and record the events that you are studying, so others you ignore, that's one. Or you want to look at, you base it on the time. You choose a very specific time, regular time that you observe, for instance, 10 minutes every hour. Or maybe you want to look at what's happening in the mosque the first 10 minutes after every azan. You can do that, right? Okay. Or it can be target time or instantaneous sampling, where you decide the moment that you want to record and observe, regardless of the time and event. You decide when. Okay, right? And everything that happens before or after, you don't consider that. Yes, yes, you have to justify why. Because remember the observation, if you take a running record of observation, you will get a mass of data that you may not know how to organize. That's why we need to know what you are looking for. You only record what you need. In any kind of research method, you just get what you need because you will have to manage them. Okay, even if you're doing document analysis, you will still have to do sampling, right? The same with these other methods. Okay. So now we go into media and historical document, which I think you are more familiar with. Okay. Right. I'm using the word contemporary media because media is no longer printed media only. This is very, very real. Okay. Any public and private documents in the past, we look at newspapers, magazines, letters, lyrics, websites, means of meeting, advertising, posters. These are quite traditional media. But now we've got all sorts of media, can come from the news stories, advertisement of products, weblogs, all kinds of events like tweets and postings. All these are part of this contemporary media which you may find useful. But of course, for hard copies, you can go to the libraries or museum, because they still house a lot of the hard copies. When it comes to social media, you may need to consider them as part of your data if you feel that it can be included, if it's relevant. When you look at historical documents, I would say it's a strong resources because you want to compare across time, across space, between different societies or nations. You would go for the historical documents. Okay, you can get in libraries, especially in the historical documents or the rare book collection, the archives. Okay, and there are many types of document. For instance, it means when I say many types of document, you're not relying on one type, like proceeding only. For instance, if you are studying about prison reform, it can be a proceeding of commission of inquiry, or it can be investigation reports of the reformation done. It can be also writings of the reformers who were in prison before, right? So first person accounts. So it can be a variety of document. And you need to explore the possibility of these different types of documents so that you can get a rich data. Okay, visual data. Okay, three primary types of images. It can be videos, it can be drawings created, okay, it can be photographs. Videos, I refer to moving images. Okay, it can be subject produced, where the subjects created it, made it. It can be you who are the one who create the visual data, where you want to perhaps let people know about the subjects or to show the subjects to other people, right? When I say about the subject, it could be their action or behavior, okay, not just the person. It can be pre-existing, that means it already exists in a visual archive somewhere like the Library of Congress, for instance, or maybe keeping of other people, right? So each of this category of images, you can use it as part of the data, or you may use it to facilitate open-ended interviewing, which you call as post-hoc elicitation. It can be used as a stimuli to have a conversation. So you can decide which one. Okay. For instance, if you are doing a subject-produced image, what you can do is you can give them disposable camera. Now we don't have that anymore, do we? Now you can ask them to just capture it on their handphones and maybe pass it to you, right? But you give them what is it you want them to capture. Their daily behavior, or when they feel or do something specific, you can ask them to capture that image or that moment using the camera. Or it can be where you ask them to draw or create something, a product. Or they can even use the apps to create something, right? So you decide. And you can also use this to discuss the meanings of the photographs. If you get something, I think you cannot just take it and keep it. You need to understand what they are. So then you will have a follow-up interview with them. Okay. If you are creating it, it can be either still or moving images. You can either do a video recording, or you can also just capture photos. Okay. But the tendency is that you would want to document the social interactions. Okay. Then this way it's more rich, it's richer than when you just use field notes. Okay? This is important because field notes sometimes may not, you're not able to capture everything. But the video recording you can, and you can revisit. You can add on your field notes, the one that you took when you were observing. Okay. This can be used as a single method or in combination of other data collection methods. So I'd like to share this Katie Greenblatt study, where she did a study on people who had Alzheimer's. Okay, Alzheimer's disease. So what she did was she captured photographs of the daily going on of patients with Alzheimer's to see how they are slowly forgetting, changing the action that they do normally. And that allows her to get that rich data where it explains how difficult that the patients are going through even to manage their daily life. But then you know why you choose this method, because it helps you to explain better. To present the experience in a clear form that people can see. Yeah, yes. Okay. Pre-existing images, it can be in the photographic archives, it can even be postcard collections, right? Because they are visual, photo blogs and family snapshots. If they share it with you, you can use this to ask further questions, or you can get to be able to understand their social life perhaps. Or you can get it from the collection in the libraries or museums, similar to historical documents. Okay. Images in contemporary media will also cover advertisements, billboards, posters, the social media, you've got the IG and tweets and whatsoever, photo blogs. All this can also be used as pre-existing images. Okay. Okay. So I think that's the end of this first session. I got half an hour to go, doctor. So what I'm going to do now is a little bit of a practice. So for any questions?
Yeah, I think.
It's good to combine. It's good to combine. I will share later on. I'm going to share with you. How do you make sure that you need this method or this data? How would you know? So I'm going to share you. What is the best way to attach moving images to your thesis? You will have to wait until my last session. Sister Rumaiza, so don't go away. Right now, I'm just talking about the theories. Yeah, that's what I just answered
Yeah,
her.
that's what I do.
I just responded already. So don't go away. So I'm going to share with you. Let me enlarge this. So this is what I normally do with my students. What I do is I require them to submit to me a research matrix. You've got your research objectives, you've got your research questions, and then you have to tell me how you are going to answer each of the research questions, what method you are going to use. Okay. So, is it big enough for you to see? Okay. Okay. So, some students may have only one, either the RO or RQ. It's up to you. Okay. Let's ignore the protocol first. Actually, how I want my students to develop the interview questions, they would have to also refer to the research questions, because I want to see the scope. And I want to make sure that the questions that they ask in the interview actually fulfill that scope that they have in the research question. Okay. So the next thing that you need to do is you have to have this data collection method. The question here is, what are the views or perceptions of the most readers towards leadership in Marawi City, Philippines? So the question is very clear. The views and perceptions, you do interview, right? So she identified she would use interview with the most readers. And she decided to have an individual sampling structure. And on top of it, she will also use a focus group discussion. Okay? And she also have a survey instrument. And then she has to identify what kind of analysis that she's going to use for each of the method that she has identified. Right? So she chose thematic for the interviews and descriptive for the survey. So let's go to the second one. how do the Moro student leaders experience leadership in the student government and involvement? The question is how, so it's more of a process, but she broke it down into sub-research questions so that it's easier for her to actually look at what is that she wants to look at. So apart from the interview questions, you also have another sub-research questions to address this question number 2, which is what skills do the Moro student leaders gain in their student government involvement? So yes, you can see now she's already expanding the interview. So again, she's using FGD and individual interview. The same method used for RQ1, she's using for RQ2, and also for her sub-research question, she's also using the same one. Okay, to interview, you can see that she's primarily using the interview method. The question is, how do the leadership programs of the Islamic institutions help in developing the identities of the Moro student leaders? Okay, this time she's using FGD and interview with the student leaders, but she also included another level of participants or subjects, which is the administrators. Because she feels that it's not enough to just get views or experience of the students. She needs to also get views from the administrators who conduct the program. So as you can see, when you do an interview, it's also good to involve different levels of the subjects, not just one type of subjects. So that it can give you a more clearer picture of this problem. Yeah, part of triangulation also. Okay. Right. And to top it off, she also used document analysis because for her to check on the perhaps proposal reports on the activities or programs, she's using it to also look at it, and also perhaps on the training that the student leaders received, because she also wanted to look at how the institutions actually help in developing the identity of the student leaders. So identity would relate to also look at your Islamic leadership, right? Whether the universities are actually promoting that also to the training. So this is an example of a research matrix where usually you would have this, especially when you are doing an empirical study. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's easier this way. So, and from there, you can actually develop the interview questions. So then that's a way to justify, basically. We'll do that in the session for analysis. Okay, inshallah. Okay, any questions about this? Anything on the chat box? What is the best way to attach moving images to your thesis? Oh, that's part of what I mentioned just now, right? No other question, right? Okay, so let me stop sharing here. Now we've got a slide activity. How do you determine the types of data and methods of data collection in your study? Okay. You have your research question, right? So you'd have your prepare research matrix based on the research question that you have. Okay. And do it in the form of template like this. So that you know, perhaps at least identify if you are using document analysis, what kind of document that you are going to use. That's one. If you are going to do interview, what kind of interview are you going to use? If you are going to use observation, what kind of observation are you going to use? Okay. If you are going to use visual data, what kind of visual data you are going to use? So if you can do this, maybe for 5 minutes, then we can discuss it. That would be great. Okay. You can work in pairs if you don't have any questions yet. I do not know what stage you are in with regard to your proposal. So you can do it so that we can have a discussion. Yeah. It's just a proposal, right? It's just a proposed.
Just mention what.
Oh, okay. I don't know, up to you. One is enough. Yeah. 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 5 minutes should be okay.
You just might first and then we ask.
The one just now that I showed, is it?
Yes, yes. I was waiting that I would get a slide this hour.
This is the one?
Okay.
Is anyone ready?
Ready?
Ah, okay. Very productive.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready?
I go ahead, man.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My research topic has to do with critical analysis of the doctrines of Nigeria's order in Nigeria. Reference to shape of our world and was early and today. So I have research topics one to examine the practices of Nigeria doctrines. The research question that will be, what are the practices of Nigeria's doctrines? My method of data collection for that will be structured interview. Then I will analyze
Can I ask who will you interview?
I will interview some adherents of Daniel's order and those who are also not adherents of Daniel's. That's one. Number two, to analyze the content of Sheikh Muhammad Awal al-Mawali and Daniel. So the research question on that will be, what is the content of Sheikh Muhammad Awal al-Mawali and Daniel? So I intend to interview with experts, those who have read the book among the Daniel and the not Daniel. Then the method of analysis, semantic analysis.
You would also consider the document analysis because you are going to look at the writings at the book itself. So that should be your primary data, right?
Yes.
So that's more important, I think. Yes.
Use the mic.
For the data collection, we give, for example, observation, questionnaires,
Okay. Observation, what are you going to observe?
I mean, also like there are Mahadra and there are other places. So how like maybe for example,
So you will be using a structured or unstructured observation.
like
Unstructured. Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe you better to use structured just to see whether it's being maintained. Observation can be done periodically at those places that you mentioned. You decide the time to observe. It would be better to have a structured observation to see how frequent in terms of the cleanings, right? How well it's being maintained. Yes, do you want to say something? You can, but I would ask you why. Why do you use structured and unstructured? Or I would ask, would there be a difference in what you are observing when you are using structured and unstructured? Right. Yes.
Excellent.
We're talking about observation. No, semi-structured is for interview. Yes, but this one he's talking about observation. Okay.
we take like 3 for example, past observation, then a question. How will you ask question? Hard we take library. It is like 2 months or
It's not too much if you make it manageable. So my next question is, what kind of interview? Who are you going to interview?
for example, the student, like how we maintain like the if we ask the student how then we can ask the second.
Okay.
I mean, it will be depend on. I mean,
So if you talk about, if that's the case, then you can have interviews with the students and interviews with the staff. So would it be structured or unstructured or semi-structured?
I think it should be.
Okay. So then you also have a survey, right? You said no survey. Okay. But you say you're going to have also interview for outside people.
Yeah, because sometimes
Come. You can ask them. Visitor.
in the past we like people someone complain about. So when like the point is that they can observe the reality because the for example in the concept they can take the pictures with the partner because we can ask
I would suggest you to have the interview, structured interview for the staff and students, but perhaps a survey for the visitors. Yeah, survey. Because it's easier. Otherwise, it take a long time, right? And you don't have, you will not be able to get a large number. So just have a survey. For those who come, they have a feedback survey, something like that.
the library.
Libraries staff, library what?
No, library is issue. I mean, when you
Library research. Library research. Library research, what are you going to look at?
Because of
The concept of cleanliness. You do not need, if it's part of the literature review, you do not have to put it in. Yeah. Unless it's document for you to look at that relates to the maintenance of the cleanliness, is a different matter. There's one point that I wanted to ask, or maybe say, but I got lost. I lost it. With regard to the cleanliness that you mentioned just now. Okay, perhaps when you do the interview, why I suggest that it's better to have the survey for the visitor is because you probably just want to know their opinions or their views of the cleanliness, the status of cleanliness in the university. But when it comes to the staff and the students, you would want to know also their practices. They are doing it also. There are two domains or dimensions of construct. One is how they view the state of cleanliness in the university. Number two is what are their contribution, what are the practices in maintaining the cleanliness. So there's two things, right? Perceptions and practices. Yeah. Yeah. If they come and visitors also, yeah, because of that, they didn't contribute, I suppose, to that extent. Okay, so that's a good effort. Thank you. Any other who wants to share?
Okay, go ahead.
People experience reading, they need to view for our thematic.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Can I know what is the context of the study? Where Nigeria? Okay, Nigeria. So the interview will be done with who? What are the subjects?
And
The reverts and also the Muslim community.
Because it's not about the feeling of the part, then the solution will come from the support. So you cannot achieve the study without asking, without finding from the readiness of the community.
So you would have different types of interview. For the reverts, you will ask them perhaps about the experience and their conversion. To the committee, you would ask them how they view and how they support. So readiness. So two different forms of interview, right? Okay, that's a good. Anything else? Any other interviews that maybe the authority or those who conduct programs? I mean, if I were to do that topic, I'd probably also go to the organization, this NGO or the organization that is in charge.
Yes.
Yeah, of the, like for instance, maybe
Part of the interview.
Subjects.
Subject.
You've got the rivers and the Muslim community. Yeah. Who are they?
I'm thinking about starting here.
The NGOs.
The NGO, and even government institutions that have a role to play. Like the United Government Council, like under the that can look into the affairs. So they can also be part of the interview.
A series of interviews.
Yeah. So it's good to specify. When you say Muslim community, I thought it's just the people. So, but it's good. Yeah.
My problem now, when they are different, we cannot solve the problem of river without the readiness of the community. Can't aim at the time they have this experience. So, and if you want to look at the community, then you will not only stand on the needs of the community, but also the interests of the community. So, you can't right now how to motivate levels of because the same question can start from the organization and all down from you. So if you put
Maybe when we discuss sampling after the break, we can look also, because the sampling here, you have to decide who are the subjects. Who are the subjects that will be able to give you that information that you need. Because when you say Muslim community, in my mind, it's going to be the NGOs, it's going to be the government agencies, and it's also the community who are around, living around the rivers. Because they need guidance sometimes. They need guidance, definitely, and they need support. So it's sometimes because of the bureaucratic policy that you may have, it's difficult to get support from the government agencies. Also, the NGOs may be limited, but the Muslim community surrounding them should be able to give the immediate support. So it's good to also consider them. But here you would have to know who. The other thing is that perhaps I would think that content analysis could be a good form of method of data collection in the sense that you get either contemporary media or also visual data that can also help you to understand the issues of rivers in the community. I do not know, maybe you have programs, you have activities for them, what kind of programs? Okay. That's also good because you can identify prominent figures who are involved. For instance, okay, even in Malaysian context, we do have agencies who helps the reverts, but I think the ones that are more successful will be the reverts themselves who set up the NGOs. So they have been the reference point because they know the situation, the issues, and the other, yes, we have to do the dakwah.
Based on my education so far, trying to work on this. That is the difference between what because here you have already progressed in life in Islam and have one part of Islam already attended to issues of food. It's easy to relate with them. Here, the difference is that you don't have such in my area. Because there are centers out of teaching for the end of the day. I'll try to also see out out of the scene that we in
See over there. It's good to also look at the challenges of the agencies, the NGOs. What are the challenges that they face? How do they link with international organizations then? Because I think when we talk about Muslim community, you also get help from,
maybe not we have an experience and out. When you start talking about NGO, last people, people say the accent, they want to individual. Relying solely on the NGO. Not when people say something from Saudi Arabia. Support activity. Before you know it, your expectations are not becoming reality. So problems are on ground and no community. So I think so first step, I think we can like what try to see how to think of how to solve problems begin. It is better to think of how to solve problems begin for whatever reason they are, and rely on people around reality. So
yeah.
And this is also the practice. Practice for the life of course they are trying to solve problems from the beginning, not necessarily expecting something from. If it comes from it, alhamdulillah, but if it doesn't, you'll be able to do what you are able to do.
I think
I think the focus would be trying to understand the problem first. Then only perhaps you can make recommendations, but you may not be able to solve the problem through your thesis. The focus would be on you identifying the issues and the problems before you embark on solving the problems. Okay.
people yang
Yeah. What kind of support? Okay, we've got another 1 minute, Doctor. Enough? Oh, that was his. I'm sorry, the doctor said enough time. We have to go for maybe we can come back. Yeah, okay. So we can get our break first, and we'll come back and continue. Okay.
Thank you. People have regular stations.
Yeah. Is it the difference is in the identification of the codes and the data. That one, Dr. Pihan, so we continue with the question from the students. The questions with regard to the presentation just now. Any? The activity that just now. The one on the research question, research matrix. Anyone else would like to present? You don't have, you have it on. Yeah. Because I don't have to do it in the last section because I'll be talking about the content analysis. Oh, yes, sure. Okay.
The topic is understanding the concept of literal and Wikipedia philosophy and analytical terms. Really, and I start questions. The first one is what are being people's opinions of scholars on the concept of literal or written here? The second question is what differentiates Wikipedia's theoretical formation of the concept of literal from previous. And the last question is what is the role, the epistemic role, the conceptual role of the concept of literal in Wikipedia's philosophy and other philosophy.
So you're using analytical method of analysis and also historical document.
I use documents.
Yeah.
And most of it, we have to translate like say, as I have to discuss some of the people's scholars.
Historical. As a primary data. Okay, that's good. I think based on the exercise that we have done, I hope that this activity of developing the research metrics will help. Because some of the things that you may realize, what is the usefulness of having the research metrics? One of it is, let me share with you. Is that you can use it as a guide to check that the research objectives and questions and the types of data and methods of data collection are actually aligned. You have to make sure that the types of data and methods of data that you are using can answer the research question. This is very important. Right? They actually tally and match together. One. The other thing is that for you to operationalize the concept, this is what I mean by operationalize the construct or the concepts that you have focused on so that they can be measured. So if you are able to identify that there are going to be methods where you are going to collect, you have to start making sure that you develop the instrument that needs to be used to collect the data and that they can actually help you get the data. Okay. This is another things that you can see that. So for instance, when we discussed just now with brother, when he talks about the maintenance of the cleanliness. So we're able to actually identify what kind of interviews, who are we going to interviews, whether it's going to be interview or survey, which one is better. So that actually helps us to clarify what is the best way to answer the question. That's why the research matrix is important. Okay, so this is done. I'm going to go to my next topic, which is actually sampling. Okay, sampling technique. How do we select or decide on the selection of the sampling frame? So I'll be focusing more on the qualitative research sampling. What is sampling? Well, sampling is where you are involved in the process where you need to select a group of individuals, organizations, or units from the target population. You have the population is very big. Even when we talk about documents, a large mass of documents are available. So how are you going to reduce them and decide which group that you are going to target? Okay. But the purpose is for you to create a deeper understanding of the phenomenon research, because you cannot cover the large mass of volume of the document of the data that exists. So you have to reduce them to a group, a specific group of sampling frame where you're able to select further to get closer to the data or the phenomenon. So when you do a sampling, you need to know the subjects, right? Especially when you are going to collect empirical data on the phenomenon, the when and the what. What is the phenomenon and when are you going to approach the phenomenon, and the context of the study when. So if you can recall just now, there were questions that I asked you when you talk about the research matrix. I asked about who, what is the phenomenon, and where. What is the context of the study? Because the context of the study will give you that parameter that you need, yeah? The boundary that you need, specify the scope of your study. It's easier for you to do. Now, if you talk about qualitative sampling, you are talking about non-probability sampling, where you are not going to generalize, because you're not doing a quantitative study. You're doing a qualitative study. You do not need to generalize. That is not the aim. Your aim is not to generalize, okay, but to understand the specific context of the phenomenon. So it's usually purposive. You must have a purpose. Flexible. It needs to be adequate, sufficient, and it's good to have various levels so that you can get a much clearer picture of the phenomenon. And all these three things that I put as to its purposive, adequate, and various level are actually determined by your research questions. So if you don't have that in the research questions, that means the research questions are not clear enough to give that direction. This is important. So what are some of the sampling techniques that are available? There's quite a list. They tend to be quite similar to each other. And perhaps you may use more than one type. Or maybe you do not use any of it at all if you're not doing empirical data. So the first is theoretical sampling. Theoretical sampling is not how it sounds like. No. Theoretical sampling is what a technique that we often use when the researcher is using grounded theory. I think you put about grounded theory perhaps. Grounded theory is a study where you do not start with any theory. But at the end of the study, you're going to come out with some sort of like a fuzzy theory. So the theory comes at the end. based on your data. So the theoretical sampling is where you already have a set of sample. As you collect the data and you get the data and you start analyzing, you will get the preliminary findings which you need to see whether these are the same findings that you will get if you expand the sample. For instance, I start with a group of students at IIM Gombak. I see some peculiar findings. I wanted to see if these will exist in different subgroups. And then I will go to each type and expand my sample and see the same findings that I get from the students in Gombak. That's theoretical sampling. To see whether the findings still exist or prevalent. Then depending on characteristics that fit in the grounded theory study. But not always, because most of the study, you have to understand that most studies will require some sort of framework, whether it's theoretical or conceptual. But between quantitative and qualitative study, they treat the framework differently. Right. For quantitative, the framework is a very strict guide. For qualitative, it's just a guide. It just guides, but you don't have to prove that the theory is correct or not. So again, the way you treat the framework is different. But when you talk about grounded theory, we've got a very, even if you've got a conceptual framework, you are still open where you might bring in something or you discover a new theory which will benefit for the study and perhaps modify or adjust your framework.
Usually we can get from the literature.
Grounded, what do you mean by get from the literature? What do you mean by that? Grounded theory is you get from the empirical data, you get from the subjects. Yeah. So the theory that you're going to develop at the end of the study emerges from your data, not from the literature review.
So that's how we create a method with the.
Yeah. You'll be discovering some sort of a theory based on that.
What is the process of getting
The same process is through interview observation, the same research methodology. Yeah.
So what would be the difference?
Hypothesis is I saw some students using hypothesis. So perhaps I'm not very familiar with how it's used in your field of study. But in my field of study, we only use hypothesis when we are trying to prove the hypothesis. And there are ways to prove it. And usually we use it through statistical analysis. When I say statistical, it's not just descriptive analysis, it's inferential statistics, it's higher level statistical which allow you to disprove or prove the hypothesis. So there's perhaps a difference, I don't know, because I've seen some people using hypothesis. For qualitative study, we do not have hypothesis in the beginning of the study. It's not, you could have, you can have, but we don't normally have hypothesis because it's exploratory, it's emerging, it's not hypothesis driven, it's different.
Usually in literature, we can get the theoretical and methodological gap.
Yeah.
So after all these thresholds, we can get some idea. This is and then all things can get the grounded.
Grounded theory is not the same as your theoretical framework.
When I will get the literature, yeah, after that I can get the.
So grounded theory here is in the form of the research design, like a case study, like a phenomenological study. So the question is, grounded theory is the form of research design. So it's not the framework that you have when you start. That's the theoretical framework you still have it. But grounded theory is your data will image in the grounded theory. And it gives a different understanding than the normally how we use the theory in the framework.
For example, literature review. I do first literature review, and for the theoretical framework, you are asking for the data like actually and before literature review or after literature.
Come again?
I mean, this is one thing, like when you are talking about grounded theory, theoretical framework, it's one picture in the research proposal, for example. So I mean,
Okay, you want to know where it should be in the thesis. Okay. Okay. The theoretical framework would be usually it depends on the structure of the thesis. Some will put it in
theory I need to it will be developed after the
grounded.
go for that data collection.
Okay.
So it will take time, right? They will consider as grounded theory when you get the proof or
Grounded theory, yeah.
grounded theory. But because that it will not be considered. I mean, you are not allowing the hypothesis. You are allowing for the capital first. Everything done, then it's going to be grounded
Yeah.
theory.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so in that case, it is going to be. I mean, after writing the thesis, you can understand the like I mean theory. The theory I have kept it that can be understood after the research. Or how? Like
Grounded theory is you get it based on the findings of your study. So when you start your study, you will have a framework.
yeah,
You may have a conceptual theoretical framework, right? That but you are not going to follow it strictly in the sense that you're going to prove the theory. You're going to use it to explore. So when you have done the sampling, data collection, the analyze, at the end of the study, you will discover a theory which you have to explain and ground your data, which may be different from the theory that you started off with. That is grounded theory.
Quantitative research also we can get the hypothesis. And hypothesis can prove the when I will prove it during that time, it can be a theory. Hypothesis, when I will prove this hypothesis, it will shape the theory.
Are you asking a question?
I think that
Yeah.
I don't.
I will bring the hypothesis. Hypothesis, when I will prove this hypothesis, this will can be theory. Right?
Not necessarily, no. If you are proving a hypothesis, it's not necessarily that you're going to have a new theory.
Yes.
It's just
Okay.
to
And
support.
when I will use it and it will research and publication, so it will come the publication. After that, anyone can use it as a theory.
There are, I suppose there will be a lot of process to establish a theory.
Yeah.
But the hypothesis that you prove to be correct could be supporting that theory, but you're not coming with a new theory.
Yeah.
Okay. Because at the end of the day, you started off with the theory, and you're just using hypothesis to prove that theory is correct or not, valid or not. So you're not coming up with a new theory. But for instance, grounded theory, you can what you do is you can discover some sort of a theory where you can work on. Yeah. So future studies may want to use that as a model to prove it again. Yes. Yes. That's how you can go on about proving a new theory. Okay. Next is that one thing that you have to remember most, in fact, almost all, qualitative sampling technique will be purposeful. There must be some sort of like purpose you identify, which would you would use to select your groups or units or subjects. You can have it as a quota. For instance, you may have different groups, right, of students maybe. You may want to have the different groups represented. So for the different groups, you give a quota. Perhaps every group you select maybe 5 subjects. So this is what we mean as quota. Okay. Convenient is also sometimes used because perhaps due to accessibility, you cannot get access to the subjects. You use convenient. Or you may also want to use snowball. You know what snowball? Yeah, especially when you are involving group that are stigmatized. That's not easy for you to access. So you may need to use snowballing to get to the subjects that fulfill your criteria, that fit your criteria of the research question. The other is criteria, where you set the criteria. My subject must be female, single mother, maybe Muslim. You set the criteria, and you only select based on this criteria. So again, it depends on your research question.
Criteria like this, I think from that, I got campus. I agree. Content, the political from the internet, the girl or boy, from girl. You can.
Yeah, but yes, but you must justify the criteria. Why? Why only female and not male of political science students? Right? Because it's not representative. So there must be why you're just choosing that particular group. Okay. Theory or operational construct, where you want to support the theory that is very unique. So you may want to look at subjects who have experience of that phenomenon that's related to the theory. Or it can be extreme and deviant. For instance, let's say I want to, like, example, the one that you said about reverts, extreme cases of reverts, where they are really underprivileged. You take only these extreme cases to be studied. Not the common reverts, but those who are really facing of problems. So this can be considered as extreme or deviant. Or a typical one, average, no specific criteria, no extreme cases. Or a critical case, where they are facing that problem, them alone, you can also take that. Okay. Intensity is a bit different. Intensity is where you choose subjects that intensely experience that phenomenon. Okay. For instance, when we talk about the recent pandemic, there are students who had intense experience of the pandemic. So you choose these people, who they are. Heterogeneous, where you want to have a variety of subjects, so that they know you've got different experience based on their different background. Heterogeneous, you may have different gender, different nationality, different students from different programs, different level of study, so that you can get a very rich data. Okay? Or you want a homogeneous, only IIM students in Goa. Okay? Yes.
Considering your question, that customer.
Yeah, you can. For instance, I want to look at social solidarity in IIM. So I like to see how the diversity of the students help them to interact between the different nationalities. So I want to make sure that I choose the local and international. International must be from different countries. This is what we mean by heterogeneous. Multicultural. So you can see how the practices and the interactions of the different or the diverse students. Right?
If I take interview from the ambassador, practitioner ambassador, and fully ambassador, then I would like to take interview from the higher expert. So the expert in it. So how I would kind of heterogeneous or
Again, it will depend on your research question. What is is the phenomenon? What is it that you want to study that requires them to be heterogeneous?
So, my topic is Turkish foreign policy towards Saudi Arabia from 2010 to 2021 from a realist perspective. So I would like to interview Saudi and Turkish ambassador and who are higher expert as a teacher or I will interview.
I think then you get because you say experts, so definitely it has to be expert. How many experts that you can get from the Turkish and the Saudi? And you have to make sure because your research question determine or define the parameters. So you have to make sure or identify which of these technique is most appropriate to your context of study. Because in the your case, I see that you have a criteria that you're focused on Turkish and Saudi, right? That itself is one form of sampling technique that you may have to consider. Yeah, this question is very key.
Yes.
You now realize that. So the next is emergent opportunity. Emergent is when you have a sample, you work on the sample, you gather your data, and you find you've got this new emergent finding, perhaps that point to the need for a new sample of a particular criteria, for instance. So you may want to expand your sampling frame to include new sample or a subject which represent that emergent finding that you need to explore. Okay, right? I'm trying to give an example, perhaps. If you're studying on grieving, people who went through loss and grief, right? Initially, perhaps you may use snowboarding. It's easier for you to get to snowboarding, right? And you may get some data, perhaps that point to the need to get sample who perhaps single, have no family support, because their experience of coping may be different. So what you do is to get more sample of this particular group. Then you can explore that new emerging finding. And throughout all this, you will realize later on, based on also what we have suggested just now, right? When we discuss about the research matrix, you will realize that you may need to use a mix or a combination of the techniques. This is something that you will realize later on, so that you can get a better picture of the phenomena. Okay. So when we talk about qualitative sampling, we also talk about when to stop. When do you stop? You target, maybe you want to get 10 subjects from a particular group. Would that be enough? So as you, one thing you have to realize that when we talk about qualitative research, you do not wait until you collect all the data, then when you start analyzing. Don't do that. As you collect, you analyze. As you collect, because the process is ongoing and it happens simultaneously. So as you gather the data, as you do the interview, you analyze them up to a point, maybe after 6 participants, you realize that there's no new things, perhaps. So you may want to stop. And not go to the 10 participants. When you get similar things and the answers from the different participants are the same. Because later on when I show you, when you do the analysis, sometimes you can use a term to perhaps mean many things differently to represent the different participants' experience. But if you find that there's nothing new, given by the participants, that's where perhaps you can stop. That's where you reach the saturation point. Yeah. So if the same findings keep recurring after the 6 participants, if nothing new, you can stop. You can discuss with him. Can discuss with him. But because you have to prove that for your analysis, you have to show that there's nothing this enough. You are able to show that. Okay. Data sufficiency, is sufficient enough for you to be able to compare between the different dimension and construct. So enough things to talk about for the different dimension and construct. Enough scope. Okay, and you can answer this question. You already have your answer. So it's good to stop. Okay, how do you know that the sample that is selected is enough? How many is enough? From the beginning, not when you have collected, but from the very beginning. How do you know that 5 is enough? 20 maybe, 10. Okay. One is look at the scope of the study. Okay. Scope of the study. The nature of the topic. Okay. Whether it's exploratory, what is the nature of the topic? Quality of the data. Okay, quality of the data is in terms of how good your data is. When I say how good, that will depend on the processes that you go through. How rich your data is. Anyone can do an interview, but if they get a very superficial set of data that does not really help you to explain the experience really deep, then that's not a good quality of data. This is what I mean by quality of data. Right? So all these three things, actually, again, it depends on your research questions. If your topic and research questions are clear enough to give you guidance on what you want to seek or what you want to interview or want the data from, therefore the nature of the topic is clear. Construct is clear, this is what you're going to look at, this phenomenon, this subject, why. So that means your sample should represent that topic, should represent the scope. Then you will see that it's enough. Eh? Otherwise, you cannot answer the question. So this is all this is actually taken from this lesson, which you can get from the internet. For this particular session, I've got a few exercises. So just now, the slide just now. Oh, you want to look at the reference. And then go back. Okay. Questions so far? While I open the next slide.
We are going to get from the law or online. So you see the yellow examples.
No.
Okay.
Okay, let me check.
Maybe I have more exploratory analysis.
There's been a debate about that term, but
These are local.
yeah. I would say it's qualitative.
Qualitative.
Yeah, because when you say explore, that means you do not have a strict theory or hypothesis that you want to prove.
And qualitative.
Yeah. Because for quantitative, you definitely need to have a theory. For you to develop the items of survey, for instance, you must have a theory.
Okay.
You have to have a theory of the dimension, the construct. So that means that it's not exploratory in nature, although they might claim that it is exploratory, but they are not. It's not.
Okay.
Okay, sampling exercise. Now, I'm giving you a title of a study. The same one that I've shown you just now when we did the types of data. Leadership experience among student leaders at Islamic higher educational institutions in Marawi City in exploratory case study. Okay. The research objectives, like I've shared with you just now, is to explore the concept of leadership, the student leaders, to examine the leadership experience, and then also to ask about the skills that they gain in their student government involvement, and finally to examine how the leadership experience of more leaders develop their identity as Muslims in a secular education setting, to investigate whether the academic and co-curricular programs in Islamic colleges and universities are responsive to development and training of leadership. So one thing about Marawi City is a city in Danau, the familiar and was there from Philippines, I'm not sure, right? Predominantly Muslims. Okay, so what you need to do is that you need to help identify the sampling technique that is suitable in number of subjects for the interviews and FGD. Just now I showed, right, some of the methods that the candidate is using includes interviews with the student leaders and the administrators, FGD with the student leaders. So now you need to help her to identify what would be the sampling technique that is suitable, number of subjects suitable for the proposed questions based on your understandings of the first session we had and this recent one. So some background information about the research is that in Marawi City there's a total of 11 Islamic higher education institutions. Okay, but the sampling frame is 5. 5 is selected based on certain criteria where it fulfills because the focus is on undergraduate student leaders. So these are the 5 institutions that have good number of undergraduate students. Okay. Research methods will be individual interviews involving student leaders, and also the administrators will also be interviewed individually. Administrators will be from the student development unit. Okay. There will also be focus group discussion among the student leaders, and we will have a survey. Okay. So what I need you to do is that identify the sampling technique that is suitable, and how many do you think that you need to get for individual interviews with the student leaders and the administrators, and how many focus group discussions will there be for you to have enough data to answer the research question. Yes, you can. Go ahead.
We can only have the type of this.
Sorry?
Type of this.
It's light.
Before. This one. Maybe I'll give you maybe 5 minutes to discuss. Yeah.
Next slide.
Next slide. So what you need to do is you need to decide how many student leaders you are going to select from the 5 institutions. And also how many administrators.
That will depend on
Just
unless you know the number of students.
We do not need to know the population because it's a qualitative study. We're not going to have representative sampling. So this is non-collaborative sampling. There's a question in the chat box. How can a researcher deal with data overload later after this? That's why you have to do the sampling technique. In order for you not to get overloaded, that's why you have to have a sampling frame and go through the process of sampling. Yeah, that's related to the question that we asked just now. Yes. How many do you think? Yeah. So when you say that you're going to take the students from, for instance, IIUM, right? Yeah, okay, let's take an example from IIUM, undergraduate leaders. You're going to take from the student council?
Yeah.
Because there are many societies, right? So which student leaders are you going to select? The student council?
They have the one like dedicated to trade union.
Okay,
So
student
we are
union.
going for Also, student union.
Student union.
So we are going for everything religion and we are going to ask. So that's why I mean, the major one, not there are lots of stuff, but that is not covered. Only those
Student union. Okay. Okay. So if that is the case, if it's, you consider that if there are 5 universities, so are you going to get the same number as you get from IIUM? Because it goes back to the sampling technique.
Yeah, they have been the PTS or under. So if we can go like this, 20 like a 100.
No, yeah. Very good point. No one said. Okay, now when you talk about the sufficient number of your subjects, it has to refer to your research design. What kind of research design are you using? For instance, if you're using a case study, you cannot get a large number. This is a case, you're studying a case. If you're doing a phenomenological study, you may need more than you need for a case study. Okay, so that's why I ask you, what is the sampling technique that you use? Based on what Brother Jasper has mentioned, because he gave an example of IIM. So now you've got 5 institutions. So what is the best example, the sampling technique that you use to make sure that you get good number from each institution? Yes, Brother?
For the purpose of this line of this thing, that this mention of the focus on finance and budget. Why am I saying that? Because these people may want to look at their graduates and get their instructors. So that now goes to since it's qualitative, I want to propose that much leaders will think of course, we also look at the possible. If we don't get two, then people are going to get this. You have to reduce that.
So when you say 5, that means you're going to have 1 student leader from each college. Okay, just 1, eh? Also 1 administrator from each college. So that is similar to quota, right? Because quota is referring to when you have subgroups that you have to decide how many, that is considered as quota. Purposive also, because the idea would be to get student leaders of the student union. Message just now, you highlight the student union, not just any club or societies. Okay, that is also purposive. Yeah. Administrator also, because they mentioned that it has to be someone from the student development. So you think if one is enough? Oh, that's good then. So if you say that you want to have 2 focus group discussion, where so does that mean how many will be selected from each university to comprise the focus group discussion? Because you said 2 groups, right? How many in a group?
Just we compare, but just in one, they not get what you want.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
what I-
so when you say 2 groups, does that mean that the 2 groups will be representing 2 colleges only, or is going to be a combination of student leaders from the 5 colleges?
It's going to be combination of those colleges, then you
Put in the
them
group.
into-
You have 2 groups. That would be how many? How many in one group? You think would be enough? Just now I mentioned how many for group FGD? Between 6 and 10, right? So how many would you want in each group? Because you've got 5 colleges, right? Again, look at the quota. How many do you think is good to represent? To be fair, right? Yeah. No, we're going to take only 5. From the 11 colleges, universities, we've identified only 5 fit.
You mean only 5%?
5 sampling frame. The population is 11 college universities. The sampling frame is only 5. After filtering the 11 colleges that fit the specific criteria that the students want, will be only 5. From that 5 institutions, how many for each institution?
For example, for the experiment, where I think so if we compare to like here.
That's a lot. That's too much,
So
yeah.
we are go
So because just now that the brother suggested very good. He says 5 individual interviews with the student leaders, where each one will be taken from the university, and then 5 administrators, right, for individual. He suggested 2 FGDs. So the question now I ask, how many you going to select from each of the university?
So for experiment, yeah, there are 2 persons, secretary and
President.
president and secretary, and the divided into group. So like I
Okay.
will see 10 person, and also for the
So that means we have 2 groups for FGD, where each group will have 5 members.
According to Brother Mark, from the institution, if institution wants to survey like this, it can be for example, who are happy in their life who graduated from the Oxford University. 80 years they took the data, 8 years, and then they count the solution. Who have the good relation, who have the graduation from that university, and who have the good relation with their family. At least their mother or father, they are very happy in their life. But who does not have the good relation with the family, they are not happy. Although they are getting a good position with the society, but they are not. So they did it for 80 years. So any institution can give this research, no problem. But every personal researcher, we don't have enough time to do that. So we need to reduce it.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, what you mentioned is like a case study. Right. Look at the alumni. How much the university has contributed to the development, right? That's a case study. So usually we do that. But for this, you have to make sure that it's operationalized. You can complete it on time, not to extend it. so make it doable and manageable. Time is an essence of it. Time can be that factor to limit to put an end to the data collection also. Yeah, time yes, okay. Time and ringgit. Very good. Okay.
You can check.
Okay. So far, some maybe based on what you have mentioned just now, some of the sampling technique that I realized that you suggested would be quota, criterion. Only that you said emergent, I will not put emergent at this stage. Emergent is later on when you start analyzing if there's a need. Okay, if there's a need.
Purposive.
Purposive, yes, of course, purposive. The other thing you did not mention about gender distribution. The FGD would have female, but you did not mention about the individual interviews, whether it should be male or female. I was wondering, very interesting, but no one says that. So,
This issue of gender. Yes.
I think the reason why I raised the issue is because from my own experience, we see that the experience of the female leaders and male are not the same. They have different challenges which we would like to explore and see how the decision can actually address. Right, yeah. And I think that it's good to know because we have to elevate, because in Islam we put women in a good position, but we listen to them. The West, they don't listen to the women, that they have to climb over and show that they are suppressed. But we don't do that. We give them the opportunity. So it's good for us to provide that space and room for them to explain and share, because perhaps some culture have different attitude towards them, even not because they are suppressed, but because of that they honor and the way they view the women's position. Yeah, so it's good to see how the female are actually managing. Yeah, the different challenges and how they cope.
If you don't need things, and just only for the male, during that time, it can maybe another way. So you were trying very strong, but if you were researchers from the different researchers, of course, on the society perspective, you can take male and female. That would be nice. That is the real reflection of social activity.
But because just like you said that you're going to take the student union, right? So if you take the president, you just take the president, regardless of whether it's a male or female, you just select. Because you are putting the position, president and secretary. Yes, that is mentioned.
Judge said necessarily have to work on the issue of gender when it comes to reflect. So I think there are specific studies on gender. Study in gender is very clear. So if it is not gender based, I think the sensitivity of making it
Yeah.
I don't think allowed for instance, for that the Islamic practice,
Yeah, it doesn't.
but when it comes to issues that are significant, it's
Okay.
input for the for instance, now I'll be conducting a type of somebody may focus on academia. If you are talking about challenges of our company, if I can focus on
issues that are so direct and so peculiar. General, without a conflict, is it necessary to decide how many of this percentage of data collected? How many of them are made? How many are given? No way that is important to define.
Okay, let me answer that. In qualitative study, we don't make comparison. We don't. We actually go back to the phenomenon and what is the scope of the study, right? But it's good. But one thing you have to remember that qualitative looks at the in-depth experience and it focuses on the nuanced details, which sometimes you gathered from the different background, not just gender, but nationality or even ethnic or religion. Yeah, they have different, or even status, married and unmarried. So it gives that nuance that you need, that richness that you want to capture. So that's why we try our best. If you are looking for maximum variation, you want to learn more, to look at the different challenges so that you can provide the support that they need. So you may have to consider all this. Yes. Yeah, in Malaysia, if you're female reverse and male reverse, especially if you're married, you have different challenges further. We want to know how does the government actually address or provide this. You can see that. But then it depends on the scope. What is this? Is there a need for that or not? If there's no need, if you're focusing on the phenomenon that is quite, the phenomenon is more dominant, it doesn't have much variety in terms of the demographic of the participants. That's no good. So look at the literature. What does the literature say? There's nothing, I think. Yeah. There's nothing in the chat box.
Okay, why?
Usually do research to address the problem and solve. So if we then take the from perspective, various perspectives, we cannot solve the real problem.
We don't solve the problem.
We cannot get the real problem, we cannot solve the problem.
We don't solve problem in research. You cannot solve problem.
You can get the idea.
Yes.
So that's why in different perspectives, different people, different gender, different talent, and then this for the research.
Yeah, that's why I say it goes back to the phenomenon. Phenomenon, I'm referring to what is the scope, what is the focus of study? What is the focus of study?
Okay.
Okay.
Just mentioned that most of problem. So what relevance does the research data provide? What to solve the problem that they have?
When
Okay. Relevant data provide.
When I say solve problem, it means that we don't solve a social problem or problem in the social world like we solve a technical problem. My watch is broken, I send it to the watchman and get it fixed. And press it works again. But not in the social world. The problems in the social world cannot be fixed like a technical problem. Because there are many factors or many aspects that contribute to that problem. You can only address one aspect which you see, which you identify as a problem and you address it. But you cannot solve the whole problem. So what your research will do is make recommendations, understand the problem better, so that there will be measures taken to perhaps mitigate or to elevate or to come up with a proposition. Because our problem is not like a technical problem. If you have this illness, you take a drug, even then you just keep, you kill the symptoms, right? You don't remove the illness. So again, this is, we have to understand what is the purpose of the research. That's what I mean. Okay? I know sometimes you do 7 years of your PhD program, right? Hoping that you can solve the problem. After 7 years, this is your baby, you know, you see, you be ambitious, sometimes you have to be realistic. Yeah, okay. At least some of the that you mentioned would be beneficial and contribute, give the contribution to the society to make some changes. This is what we cannot force them to pick it up and change. It's difficult. You have to convince them. Right? Okay. So now it's 12 o'clock. So I need to move to the next session. Another 1 hour because analytics is a lot. I'm so sorry about that. A lot of questions and discussions, alhamdulillah. Let me open the slides. For this session, I've got quite several documents to share because it's analysis now. When Dr. Feham first gave me the itinerary, he put contact analysis as the first part of the session. But when I look again at the types of data, I felt that for you, your field of study, contact analysis would be perhaps the main methods of analysis that you would use. That's why I put it at the end. I put it at the end. Share the screen. So content analysis can actually be a form of to analyze your data, but it can also be a way to collect your data. Okay, because just now when I talk about historical document analysis, right? That's a way of collecting or gathering data, right? So it is a form of data collection. That's why by definition, it's a research method where you want to identify pattern in the recorded communication. Sorry, it's too fast. Right? What's the objective of content analysis is you want to transform a large amount of text that you have gathered. It's very sensitive. I cannot move anything, it goes next. Make it more concise, okay, organized. So you decide whether you to use it as a phrase or title or thing. Different forms, like I mentioned, writing, oral, and visual. Different formats, text or recording. You can use it to analyze your textual and visual data. So I'll show later on how you do this. It seems that this is running on what do you call it? Show. It's unobtrusive. We can get it directly. I have to maybe stop and adjust the show. Try it. So you've got the research question, the variables that you have identified. Okay, get it. We'll stop. And you have to have the coding scheme. Okay. There it goes again. Right. I'll show you how to do the coding scheme later on using some data that I've got. But first, how do you collect? How do you collect the medium? You decide what is the medium that you want to use. The genre, for instance, what is it? What is your criteria to include which content that you want? The parameters, the range of data, the location, the time, sampling size, whether it's large or small. Cannot be too large and cannot be too small. If it's too large, too much data, it's unmanageable. If too small, it may not represent the scope of your study. Okay. You define the units of meaning first. This is where you have to decide. And then you set the categories that you want to use for coding. I'll also show you the types of coding system. Okay, this one I want to post. Okay. How do you create a coding system? First, get familiarized with the data. Read and reread until you get a sense of what the text is all about. Okay, as a whole, before you decide what you want to do with it as a whole. Okay, so that you have an idea what are the main points, because when you read and reread, you will see the same points recurring in all the texts. That will give you an idea of what the main points are. Then divide the data in smaller parts. This is what I call as chunking it. I'll also show you later. So that you make sure that each of the smaller parts that you have chunked it, you can give meaning to it. Okay. And then use coding units where you will have to come up, identify a code that you can use to label again that you want to focus on, the concept that you want to focus on. Okay, the course can be either one word or two words or maybe longer depending on the researcher, as long as you understand what it means. Okay, and then apply the points so that you can arrange it into category. Later on, these categories will be formed together in groups, okay, so that you can see that they are related. Each codes are related, each groups are related, you put them together. And when you do this, you will have to look for similarities and differences in what people say, because sometimes they may have similar codes, but they may mean different things. The challenges may mean different things. One would talk about financial constraint, the other would talk about time constraint, but they are all challenges. So this is where you're able to explain. When you talk about challenges, there are different forms of challenges. This is what I mean by commonalities and differences. Even if you say that they all have time constraint, but time constraint may mean differently to them. This is what I mean to do. Word frequency now. There are different ways to understand content analysis. One is on the word frequency. So usually I refer to this as more quantitative nature of doing the content analysis.
Quantitative.
Quantitative, yeah, because you look at a particular word, you just and quantify, and just count how many and where they appear, how they appear. Okay. Or another way is that you have some software where you can come up with word count for each word that occurred in that text. Yeah, yeah. High frequency of a word in that text, perhaps it could be, I don't know, if it's one text on certain concepts, it could be corporation. Right? When you look at the words, what are the next highest frequent words available? So
Select the word or like
for the analyzer of counting the word count, you've got the text, the person analyzer.com, they do that. I think it depends on why you want to. For instance, I think I've come across one study looking at the word anything that represents thinking. Tafakkarun, tadabarun, you know. So they will look at that, how many and how they are the words that use that means to thinking. Right? You can use that. So it depends on your study. Or you can identify a word and check to see if that text has it and how many. And look at how it's been used. So there are two ways of even word frequency. So I think that explains, right? So most people, when they look at primary data, when they study a document, they sometimes use word frequency to help them.
Okay. When we count the word, so we can one, but there's a quality.
Yes, because it's content analysis, it's still considered as okay, there are two ways of there are two ways of logics when you analyze. One is the deductive, the other is inductive. Deductive is when you use it's a little bit more quantitative because you start with an idea and you want to look at how the idea appears in the text. Okay, for instance, collaboration, maybe I give an example, collaboration. So you want to see how the word appears in the text. So you look at what it is termed at, so it's actually more of deductive. You predetermine that idea. But inductive is different because it's more exploratory. It's more exploratory. If you have the time, you go through the examples. So usually when you are doing interview, for instance, you analyze interview, if it's unstructured, you tend to use inductive. So it's similar to thematic in that sense, thematic analysis. Okay. So working with contemporary media. Give you an example on one research question which is on cyberbullying in social media. Okay. You first have to define what is cyberbullying. It could be on harassment, it could be on hurting people, discrimination done online. What is the sampling frame? You decide. There are different types of social media, Twitter and Facebook. Would that be enough? Okay. What is the time frame of where you refer to this social media? And then identify the coding scheme. Okay. It could be body shaming. No, actually, all these codes come from the media. And they quantify the frequency. I'll show you an example. Okay, this is it. This is what happens when they identify. Based on the analysis on the social media, this is what they have gathered. Using sources from Twitter and Facebook, the dates, they've realized that the codes will be on body shaming. When they talk about postings referring to discrimination concerning weight and looks appearance. And there are also categories that refer to gender discrimination and also skin color, physical ethnic discrimination. There are 3 types of codes of categories, and you've got different postings to represent, to describe the different categories and codes. And you also identify the frequency. Okay. On that one day, perhaps, this is what appeared. So this is content analysis using contemporary media.
But if you want to go further to be like the part of
Yeah, because it will take some time for the social media to block. Because then again, it depends on the people who report. If you don't report, they're not able to detect, so it will still be going around unless someone reported. Right. So this is what was gathered from the social media on that day. Just one day, if I'm not mistaken. That many. Yeah? Okay. So this is one form of content analysis using contemporary media. And as you can see, for the social media, what is taken is just the postings. So it is still textual. It's text. It's not visual. Yes, brother.
The content analysis part of the textual analysis.
Yes, yes. Content analysis help you to analyze text and visual. So this is text. I'll show you some other examples where you can look at visual. Okay. Right? Okay. Now working with interviews. I think I have to stop here and I will share another example. This is how you analyze interview using thematic analysis. It's big enough, right? Okay. This is a transcription, right? Usually we put the date, the time, the venue, and the short description so that you know when the interview take place, have taken place. Right? So, and then what we'll do is we have these boxes, where I will put with using this course unit B1, it runs up until the end of the transcript. Okay. You identify whether it's the researcher or the interviewee who answer. Okay. The name here is a pseudonym given. It's not the real name, right? So you've got, when you have done the transcription, you can break it into this course unit, so it's easier for you to analyze. You only analyze responses from the participant. Okay. So these are just basically introduction. DU up until DU5, DU6, 7. This is where we start the conversation. So what I will do is that I will read and reread the whole text and transcript and identify. This is where I chunk it out. I use different color codes. If you look at the red color, it is actually more of an explanation. It's not the main point. The main point is highlighted in yellow, but I use different font colors to differentiate different points. Okay? So if you look at when you talk about our postgrad programs, always have many students from different countries. We're talking about postgrad quota for all ethnic, local, international. You have different quota or different distribution. Okay? And when she talk about, I love the multicultural environment because it gives a good diversity of thoughts, blah, blah, blah. So I use a multicultural environment to represent the transcript. So this is how I do the coding. So on the right hand side, whatever I put on is actually the quotes. The quotes. Okay? So you will do that until the end of the discourse units. Okay? Yeah, pattern is where you can see it's a pattern. But here it's called quotes because you're just using one or two words to represent the transcript, the meaning of the transcript, what you understand from it. Okay? So you will do all this together up to the end. Okay. So this is important because these quotes will be gathered and grouped together. And you do this for all transcription. Okay. Any questions so far? No?
Mike.
It is when you analyze it, it will be based on the transcripts or the responses of the interviewee. But actually, the responses of the interviewee is actually also based on the research questions. But the interview questions are based on the research questions. So they are related. So this course will help you to answer your research questions. So what do you do with the course after this? Okay. So what you do next is that you categorize, analyze them and categorize them, and then develop the themes. How do we do that? I'll share it with you in another for this system. Yeah, if you have any questions, there's a question in the chat. Okay, if you start with several predetermined codes and add more codes and etc., you have to decide. Yeah, if you do that, then you are doing inductive and deductive coding. It will be a little bit difficult because the question asks if I start with several predetermined codes and then add more codes when I analyze the data. Could I say that I'm combining inductive and deductive coding? Yes, you are. You are combining, but you have to know whether you need to justify that the method that you use is appropriate. Because it's very difficult for you to use both. You can use both, but you don't use inductive and deductive at the same time.
Okay.
Because deductive is you tend to look at the word frequency, not the predetermined set. Okay. So looking at this, what I did was the two columns on the left, codes and word frequency, is basically I counted the codes that I've gathered. Okay, I've counted to see how many times they appear based on my coding. So the codes, I put them together, okay, and I start categorizing them according to the meaning of the term. So what I did was, when looking at the breaking barrier, contacting diversity, size of group assimilation, these all refer to the assimilation process. So we put it under the category of assimilation. Then you've got a different form of assimilation, which is more collective, productivity, looking at the activity, the cross-cultural activity, diversity. This I put in terms of the intergroup contact, because these codes represent how they were engaging with the different nationalities. Okay? So it goes on and on. Okay. So later on, what happens is that you have to start categorizing them. Once you have put them together, you have categorized the codes. Then you've got categories, you've got several categories. Then these categories should also be collapsed into sub-themes perhaps. Okay. For instance, if I look at long list of acceptance attitudes, are actually all positive attitudes of the students. Okay, and then there are also responses that refer to their self-esteem. They are being critical. It's more of their personal outcomes. And that information, how they sometimes, because this study was on social solidarity. So we wanted to look at how they interact with students from different ethnics, whether they tend to just stick to their intra-group or they engage in inter-group activities. I also look at what helps them to actually break the barrier. So how do they break the barrier? So again, what we got is that some students, this out of their own inclination, they do that. Comes from their intrinsic motivation, I suppose, right? The other will also be from personality. They are extrovert, right? Personality themselves. So this is where we put that together, and then they also have a very good values. Okay? So we put them together. For instance, for this one, everything that deals with the individual's own self, we put them together under individual's disposition, values, and skills. So this is the themes. The right hand column would be the themes that we gathered from the codes, categories, and the sub-themes. This is the process that you do. So you categorize them so it's easier for you to understand. Okay. You can it depends again. It depends on your research questions also. If you are asking, you have research questions that look at different aspects. So that may happen where you will have many themes, because you have different research questions. 4 research questions asking different things. You will have more than 4 themes, right? So in order to make your life easier, we make sure that the construct that you have is focused. You know what is the construct that you are researching on. That's easier. Okay. So the way I do it is that I use colors, different color codes. Okay. So this is an example of this is a preliminary where it involves maybe just one participant. So as you do many, you will see whether they have similar themes or codes and categories.
Okay.
Yes. So we do this when you collect, once you collect the data, the interview, you start analyzing. Later on, it's a sample. Yeah, only one. It's a sample. Yeah, no, we don't give you. This is no only one. Even that depends because it's raw data. It's supposed to be confidential, right? So just, to me, the things and the codes you have to show the table. How you get that? But not even if transcription, if it's long, we just take a part just to show that how you organize, how you transcribe. That's it. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think I answered that. If I start with 7, yeah, Sister Romais, I answered that already. Okay, next is I want to share, going back to the I'm going to go to that. Okay, so we go to that. The analyzing visual data. Just show an example. So one is first you determine sampling frame, same, right? Decide what you want to select, then transpose. Transpose here means you have to transform the visual formats into text. You decide how extensive it will be, and then decide the type of content that you want to use, whether it's going to be word frequency or ID coding. This is the basic that you would do with only visual data. Okay. So let's look at the visual. I think I shared with you how you can analyze the contemporary media, but this was on text, right? So let's look at this. Is actually an example where you use content analysis on one particular Ustazah's dakwah videos. So the sampling frame was 27 videos on Facebook. It appears on Facebook, but it comes in the form of also excerpts from the YouTube videos and TikTok. Okay. We viewed it from 13 August up to 27 August, about 2 weeks, I think. So this is actually more of a very basic content analysis. It's quite quantitative in nature. So what we identified was that the focus of the 27 videos were generally on good practices, of course, 21 specifically on sharing of selected du'as. So she shared, in each of the videos, she has du'as to be shared sometimes with the, I don't know what you call it in English, the rewards for reciting the du'as. That's what she did. Okay? And then of the 27, 6 were on reminders for married couples, right, for good marriage. Out of the 27, also 7 were for specifically for women. 10 to be good women, to be good Muslimah. Okay? 10 was on responsibility towards the parents, okay, for the children. 4 on general Muslim responsibility. Okay? 18 videos were sharing of stories of other people, and 9 were of her own experiences. So when I say sharing of stories, that she shared what the audiences have also shared with her, or students have shared with her. So this was a short analysis of the videos which were visual, which is actually moving images. So here it's very specific. The student wanted to look at the focus and how she used it for dakwah. What kind of content that transpires in the dakwah. And what she did was also later on, she also analyzed Balanuman and Hans dakwah videos. And she compared with the two. You decide the sampling frame. Yeah, so you decide. So this is where, that's why the sampling technique and sampling frame is very important when you're using visual data or even any data. So in this sense, we can see that we are selecting from pre-existing videos. We don't create the subject. I mean, basically, it's more of secondary. You don't have direct contact with Ustazah Asma and Umar Al-Had, but you want to look at the document. You want to learn about the dakwah that we are doing. When we talk about, because it's primary, because the focus is on the dakwah of this Ustazah, but you don't get direct contact. Yeah. Then, unless, if you have interview, that's a different, that's also primary data, that's direct contact. Okay, so this, yes.
The analysis of the video is the focus is to people. Okay, I was thinking that we have to add up all. I was going to give you the total number of people that of just like you have a total of all the number of people.
For the study, yes, you have to show how many you have seen, and in total. So there are actually more, but what happened is that in that time frame from 13 August and 27, she got 27 videos. And she was able to gather that 27 videos, on that two names. Because, so maybe she's seen, sometimes the video can be recurring. The same result. So she will select 27 videos of different nature. Okay? So you set the sampling frame. because this is when you're using social media, which is also visual data. I'll show you another one how you can merge the different types of data so that it makes sense. Okay. So any questions on this? I think it's quite simple, right? Okay, how do you work with yes, you want to ask question?
Coding idea. What is the first
Just now.
idea?
The coding idea is based on how I did just now. When I come up with the codes based on the responses of the interviewee. One or two words, right? And I chunk it out, that's coding idea. That's how it's coding. Okay, now let's look at how you will work with multiple forms of data. Okay. This is a study on the implication of Iqbal's thought and philosophy on Islamic-based education in Pakistan. It's an exploratory study. Okay, so these are the research questions, right? Three central, and then for the sub-research questions. One is looking at the conceptions of the Pakistani educators in the private sector about education system from a perspective. So in there, you want to explore what are the aims of education from a perspective, what are the objectives that have been drawn by these educators for the attainment of conceived aims at elementary level of education. And then the second one will look at the successes and outcomes for the drawn objectives observed by the educators. Okay, the successes, implementation of the objectives and what are the outcomes of the efforts. And finally was to look at what relevance does Iqbal's thoughts and philosophy have to education from a perspective. So they would ask the perceptions of the educators in Pakistan about the relevance of Iqbal's thoughts and philosophy to education and what are the aims and objectives of education that can be drawn from Iqbal's thoughts and philosophy. So what the student did was first to actually theorize or look at the thoughts and philosophies, first philosophy and thought related to education, and from there he interviewed and observed and look at the practices and the perceptions of the educator and see how they are connected, whether they are drawing from Iqbal's or not, and how to what extent they are actually drawing from Iqbal's thought and philosophy. So what he had was that he used interviews with experts, principals and teachers from the Islamic private schools. Okay? He selected principals and teachers, and this analyzed the thematic analysis. And then for the second research questions, he also observed the school and the classrooms. And he also had visual and textual data in the form of school syllabus and artifacts. I'll explain what is the artifacts later. For the observation, you use content analysis using inductive, specifically thematic analysis, and also he used the same method of analysis for the school, for the performance data from the school. Right? So a brief background of the research methodology. The context, he chose 5 Islamic private schools in Karachi. So the subjects were the 5 school principals. And then he did observations in 3 classrooms in each of the schools. There will be 3 classroom teachers. There will be in total is 15. And then he also interviewed experts in Iqbal's education and philosophy about 5. It was all purposive sampling, identifying the criteria of what are the schools acceptable to be selected as Islamic private schools. He used, of course, I mentioned just now, individual interviews with the school principals, teachers, and experts. He observed the school routines and classes. He looks at the schools and he recorded whatever that he can find. Content analysis of the visual data that is around the school, and also document analysis of the school document. And he only used one method of analysis, which is thematic analysis. So it's quite, I would say that the thematic analysis is actually drawn from the interviews. And the thematic from the interviews in a way guided the other content analysis that he conducted on the different types of data, whether it's visual, the document, or even observation. we use thematic analysis that are driven by the interview of themes. Okay, let's look at this is just the number one school, because there are 5, right? I just take number 1. He looks at the brochure, school brochure. When you look at the text, he looks at the logo, everything in the brochure, then he transposes into text. What are some of the things that you mentioned? So a lot of the quotes that he gathered from the school brochure will be on the vision and the aims of education and the objectives. Okay, so those were his quotes and his category, which is actually similar to the thing. Right? So these were from the school brochure, consisting of text and visual. The second one is on the syllabus review. We also reviewed the syllabus. Can come up. These are just some of selected quotes that I've taken. One selected, where we presented the categories of efforts and approach to knowledge and the success implementation of the objectives. So there are elements of Islamization. Objectives were implemented. Okay. These were in the syllabus review, the syllabus of the school curriculum. Okay. Next was on the school display. You know, sometimes you want to see whether the school claim itself to be Islamic. So what are the displays around the school that gives you that idea that there's a Islamic culture there. So this is where you look at the school displays, on the board, around the exhibits in the corridors, reminders for the students, right? And then whether there's any stories about previous historical figures, right? So then he puts it under different quotes, basically. But it all comes as category of success implementation. So this is another form of you to transpose the visual data into text. And then classroom observation. This was the summary of the whole observation. I just took the important quotes, dominant ones. For every observation, you would need to identify what are the quotes that are related to the aims of education, and success implementation. Okay. So as you can see, when you merge the different types of data, you get the quotes. Although there are different types of data, you will see some quotes are similar. And you have similar sub-theme and theme. You can collapse them into one theme, which is, for instance, when you talk about vision, aims of education, objectives, you know, concepts like that. These are considered as full foundations. What are the successes, the results, the efforts, even the definitions? These are the school outcomes. Talk about implementation, right? That's another thing. So this is one of the ways where we merge codings and themes, categories, from one, then you can use this to answer the research question. So in a way, these things, because they are merged from a different data, we will address the research question. But remember, when you do the matrix, each research question has different ways to answer. So you are ensuring that your themes are represented with different types of data. Okay. Right? So that's the end actually. Anything that you want to ask? Who go first?
Okay, so my from observing department. So when it comes to private book, the person on one book, particular book. So in that case, I mean, how
how should we analyze that particular book? I mean, content analyze here like so, based on the different things, and also your content. How
That's a research question. What do you want to look
get it, like, we have like, based on that, we should look for,
Yes, you must focus the concept is based on your research question. What are the concepts that you want to look into? Because his brother cousin is quite clear what he wants to do, right? Because you're doing document research.
Sorry, my question was
Yeah.
content analysis. Can we go to the verbal by text, analyzing the same data, just explaining what's obtained?
Because that's where you go idea coding. You identify what the ideas that you want to analyze. Right? Because it depends. Give me an example. What you want to look at? What's your research question?
That's what I'm saying.
Kalau
To analyze content of the
practices. Hmm.
The idea content answer. The book contains about the 70 pages. Chapter 1 talks about this chapter.
Then you decide. To me, that's more on quantitative. That may not answer your research question because your research is looking at the practices, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to analyze the practices. That's your concept. The idea will come from the different practices that are discussed in the book. So again, your idea coding comes from that concept, practices. Go through that. What are the practices and what can you say about those things?
After the
And then yes.
I think I got to for that. Before.
What is the subject? What is the focus of this study? Okay. Okay. It depends on you. Like for instance, brother just now, he's going to also interview some experts. So it depends on you also. Okay, do that. Also in this case, the student did a study on Iqbal's philosophy and thoughts. Because he thought that he needs to also, knowing Iqbal's work, right? Sometimes it's difficult for you to understand his concept of hoodie, for instance. So he needs to actually interview the experts, but the experts will explain, giving commentaries, to help him explain the concepts better. So again, it depends on you. Because a research question also.
Yeah, ma.
Not very loud.
I said to you, I'm very confused. How do you do it? Without it, you share with the different person.
Okay. Thematical analysis is one form of content analysis. It's inductive and exploratory in nature using idea coding. Because in content analysis, you have different ways to analyze. Can be quantitative, you can look at the word frequency. Even idea coding can be very simplified. But one of it is thematic analysis, which is more exploratory. Most of the examples I've given you actually also indicate thematic practice. So we've got a question from Umayza. Can we just include codes and themes without categories and sub-themes? Depends on how many codes you have. Because if you don't have that many codes, and if you can collapse them into themes, because themes is a broader concept. Sometimes you've got many codes, like you see just now. I cannot just collapse that into themes directly. It's very difficult for me to make sense, right? So I had to go through that process. But if you don't have that many codes, don't have that many constructs, you may, I suppose, arrive at the themes. You have limited number of codes that you can put them together into themes. So it depends on you. For that part.
Yes, the slide. Education philosophy.
Which one do you want to see? The research question? This one.
The title? That's it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Must content analysis be presented in tabular form or it could be essay format? It can be both. Usually when in your thesis, you have both ways, depending on your supervisor. But I would like to see both ways because I'm more of a visual person. Sometimes when you give me put it in essay, it's a bit difficult and I can get lost in the explanation. So usually we have the essay format and we put the table to that to show so that you can refer.
Okay.
Validation, not yet. I did not cover, but I will do it little bit like reliability and validity. I will do. Okay.
Okay. The question is that because I can see the logo. Yes. So at what stage is regulation and why things
I did not put it in because it's not a process now, but I think it's good that you read it. Now, when we talk about qualitative data, there are measures where you have to ensure the credibility of the data that is collected. We don't normally talk about qualitative data because that tends to be in the qualitative studies, but we do have measures where we want to make sure that at least we're not making it up. It's not just us interpreting that way. So some of the ways that we do this, we validate the interview transcripts, also we validate the themes that we have developed, the coding just now, by sharing it with other experts and getting their views on our analysis, whether they agree or not. So you've got this idea of inter-rater reliability. How many percentage of the codes, the themes that you agree with, or do you think that these codes and these categories should not be put under this theme, it should be under different themes? So this will be looking at the level of agreement between the experts and see how that matches with your analysis. Okay, if it's 80% above, so that it should be good. Sometimes they will advise you to change or modify because they think that it's not appropriate. You may also take it out. And usually you do that usually after you have done the at least preliminary finding. Normally, that's what I demand my students to show me the preliminary findings that I shared with you just now. That's preliminary, because it's just 1%. Preliminary findings, show it to me, the analysis. If I say it's good, after that, the second, third participant, they will show me and I see that there are similarities similar to the initial thing, you can proceed. Then only you can give it to other experts to look at the overall thing and the final things that they have done. That can also, so that you don't have too much changes. You still are on the same track. Again, it depends on the research design and the research type, this so-called research paradigm. The critical study, they don't really require the need to establish to get inter-rater reliability, because with that it's impossible for you to know the author's intention. Our perspective will never be the same. But with your explanation, the rich data excerpts, it should be able to see that it's justified. These excerpts, transcript, actually, yes, it explains these codes and these themes. The richness of the data is also sufficient. So it depends on you how you want to establish the credibility of the data. As long as if we ask you, you can show the connection. But normally we do that inter-rater reliability or expert validation. We get the expert in the area, we get expert in that method, so that we can see that our analysis is actually on the right.
Right.
Historical document and interview. And what is supposed to be? It depends. Actually, to me, usually when you have the document, sometimes the document may guide the development of your team also, or it could be that at some point you can merge them together. So perhaps you may have one or two terms depending on the differences and similarities. They may share similar things, they may not have similar things. Right? So then that would be good, because perhaps with the document analysis, you may have two themes where one of it is similar to the interview. Then you get richer findings in that way. Okay. No, it could be, but this is where you will make sense of the codes also. That just now I show the student had different types of data, and from that they actually got different codes. But when you look at the codes, they can be categorized together, even they are from different types of data, because they belong in that similar category. Right? So that is possible. This one.
We have like
There's one question from the chat box. Okay. For quantitative research, what are the best sources to derive deductive codings from? When you do a research, you don't identify the methods. You identify the sources, the subjects, right? It goes together. Because I'm trying to make sense of what Rumaiza said. Rumaiza, what are the best sources to derive deductive codings from? You can do, as long as textual, it's fun, because even if it's visual, you still transpose it to textual data, right? But remember that we don't go with the methods in terms of the coding, whether it's deductive or inductive, because again, it depends on your research question. Because if your research question is exploratory, you shouldn't be doing deductive approach. You should be doing inductive, which is more exploratory. Okay. I hope that addressed Umaza's question. You know, you get your questions from the problem, right? You get your problem. So your questions would seek to answer or address that problem. So normally the central, you would have central question. Then only you can have more specific questions. Right? The central question will always identify the phenomenon. Phenomenon here refers to that subject of the focus of the study. Apart from the phenomenon, you also have the subject. Okay, subject as related to the phenomenon. And then the context to make it more specific for you to draw the parameters. The three important things usually that you have. Okay, so Siti Lumaiza asked again, what about based on QR or error? What does that mean? QR here means what? Qualitative research? Who James? Literature. Oh, I'm mute her.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Because what I meant is, can we get the coding from other from several sources, like for example from our research questions or from our research objective, or based on literature review, where we get a feel of what is covered in the in the field, and then we work out the codings from there for deductive coding.
Okay, for when you talk about idea coding, the coding will be based on your research question, the concept or the construct that you have identified in your research questions or objectives. That's where you get an idea about what to code, apart from the content itself. Because even the content that you have selected to analyze, it is still based on your research question. Correct or not? Even if you interview, the question that you develop is still based on your research questions. So all these are actually related to your research questions and your literature review. Because it's those things that help you to formulate the interview questions, identify the document and the focus. They are all interrelated. This is what I mean by alignment. You see the flow from the beginning until the end. There must be a direct link. Okay, Sister Maiza?
Coding from interview or from coding? Why would it code from interview?
It can be, it can also be used on the document. ID. For instance, like when I look at when we discussed just now from the analysis of the social media, the text, right? Facebook and Twitter. The idea was for discrimination. There are different forms of discrimination. That's the idea that you get from the contemporary media.
When I will quantify in that time, can I quantify from the letter review or from others, or just from here?
Then if you are using interview, you would code it from the responses. But how you understand the responses, sometimes you could help by the literature that you have reviewed. Because I remember that when you develop your framework, it is based on literature review. So at the end of the study, your thesis, your findings will be able to relate to that framework that you have. So usually, I make it the point that my students show me how the data fit in the framework. You should be able to show that. If there is any additional new constructs or findings, that is a contribution that you are adding on the framework for the theory.
Takes that context. It will be from the interview, right?
The text,
When we will analyze, take the context from the interview, right?
the text we can, yes, the text is also, we can get from the interview also.
People when we are a new researcher, we can understand text means a legal book. We speak.
Yeah.
But our interview is the main text. When we analyze it.
It depends again.
Primary,
Yeah, depends what is your primary data or secondary data. Depends. For instance, I think maybe when we talk about a particular scholar's philosophy or thoughts, the original book would be the primary, the commentaries, but the book would be secondary. But if you are actually looking at the subjects, yeah. So that could be the primary, so it depends on the research question also. There's one question. Okay, thanks. Okay. So, okay.
everyone for the active participation. They are not people that find graduate.
Thank you.
Mechanical engineering from both in Egypt, in bachelor and master in Zagazig University, and then he did his PhD in nonlinear dynamics in Virginia Tech University, which I think can be considered as one of the top technical university outside of the Ivy League. And he also specialized in automotive engineering and published a lot of papers in that field. And then he also had a lot of diverse interest in other areas as well, including Islamic thoughts and spirituality. And I remember that I did my master's in 2010 in engineering, and we had to attend an ethics class, which was conducted mostly by Professor Abdi Shuriye. Then you came one time, and that's the first time I attended your class. And then I had the opportunity as well to listen to one of your khutbah concerning the concept of happiness in Islam, Sa'adah in Islam. So that was 10 years ago.
Good, you remember. Good, you remember.
So without further ado, I pleased to invite Professor Walid to continue his session.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. You hear me, yeah? Clear? Okay. Of course, I have a bit of a challenging job. It's 1 hour only, so I have to discuss many things in the same time. So I have to discuss many things in the same time. But anyway, I'll try to do this one. I think all of you have listened to many issues. What I will start with now to share the official research proposal thing by IIOM, because I need to show you some of the important parts. Unfortunately, many of you you don't look at the official one, except maybe later. And also, unfortunately, some of the advisors or supervisors, they are not aware of this. This one, you can download it from the website of IOM. And let me make it clear a little bit. And this will have the main components that you need to include in your proposal. It will have the main components you need to include in your proposals. Because we receive from time to time in Stack and other places also, even engineering and other things, we receive proposals which are not complete. Why? Because nobody look at the guidelines. These guidelines are not written in stone. This is IOM guidelines. Other universities have different guidelines. But so this is what we follow. This is what we here follow. But the main components are the same, except in few things. So number one, you have to have the title of your research. I will comment on each one of them in a while, but just I'm now telling you what you need to include. And then chapter one. Chapter one usually is a very small chapter, means it will have 2-3 pages. Even in the thesis also, it will be always a small chapter because it will have mainly introduction. This introduction is more like a motivation. Means why you are working in this area, why you are working in this area. And then after this, you need to have the problem statement, and then the significance of your study, and the research objectives or questions. So these are the 4 main components in the introduction of the proposal. And in fact, to some extent, similar to the thesis also. This will have part of it, not all of it. But for the proposal, these are the 4 main components. So introduction, a bit of a motivation, not more than 2 paragraphs, 1 page, something like this. And then the problem statement. And then after this, the significance of your study. And finally, your research objectives or questions. After this, we go for chapter 2. Chapter 2 will usually be the main issue in your proposal, which will have the literature review. Also, I'll comment on the literature review. And also the theoretical framework. If you have a theoretical framework, it will be in the same chapter. This was raised yesterday, but I didn't want to interrupt a lot of our colleagues. But actually, it is in our guidelines. So the theoretical framework will be in the chapter 2 with the literature review. And also, I will hint on the theoretical framework to give you a better understanding today. Hopefully, if you have time. Chapter 3 will be the methods and procedures. You call it methodology, you call it methods and procedures, you call it whatever you want to call it. But this is the main part. This is how you are going to do your research. This chapter is you are telling us how you are going to do your research. You call it methodology, you call it methods and procedures, whatever. And then the proposed chapter outline, this will be also, sometimes it is a chapter, and sometimes people will include it in the introduction. Both of them are okay. So sometimes you include what we call chaptering, the proposed chapter outline in the introduction. Many people will do this, which is okay, fine, no problem. And after this, you will have the bibliography and the appendix, if there is any. bibliography and the appendix if there is any, and we need to include also significance of the study, why this study is important, because and the expected outcome out of it, what you expect to come out of this study. This is very important. And also the work schedule. Gantt chart, if you are all aware of Gantt chart, I think everybody should be aware of. Gantt chart is a very simple way to organize your time schedule on the thesis. So these are the components of the, basically of the proposal, nothing else, according to the university regulation, according to IUM regulation. So any proposal should follow this organization. The last two parts or the last three parts, sometimes, for example, 7 and 5, sometimes also included in the introduction. Many times because they are very small. So 5 and 7, many people will include it in the introduction as well. So the proposed chaptering, as I mentioned, it will be in the introduction, and also expected outcome will be in the introduction. But of course, bibliography is separate. And finally, the final one will be your work schedule or timetable. When do you plan to do this? When do you plan to do this? Or to finish what you are planning to do? Okay, so this clear, huh? It's very straightforward. You have to have this with you. You can download it immediately from the website, and you need to have it in front of your eyes when you prepare your proposal, to avoid any problems with your supervisor or with the examiner or with whoever, because usually we have to check against the proposal format. As I mentioned, it's not written in stone, but this is what IOM is doing now. What IOM is doing now. At a certain point of time, long time back, for example, IOM had something extra called philosophy of the research, but this made a lot of hoo-ha, and then it was taken away because many people didn't understand what to write. But now this is the thing that we are following. This is the thing that we are following. The format and the font and these type of things, Dr. Fiham will talk about it, because Dr. Fiham was the dean for a long time in CPS, so he is quite well versed in this issue. I'm not. I don't know anything about this one. I will refer to him if there is anything. Okay, so this part is important. Now, coming to some of the details here, I will give some issues here. Number one, when we look at the title, I think many people talked yesterday about the title. The title need to have clearly what you are going to study. The title need to indicate what you are going to study. Don't make titles which are very glamorous. Yeah, for example, some people write down reflection on the existence of God. You cannot. This is not a thesis. This is, you are a great philosopher and now you are writing your own reflections. But you need to have the variables you are studying very clearly, very clearly. For example, somebody studying issue about education. What you are going to measure in education, it needs to be reflected in the title. We have here some, I know some of the thesis of some of you guys. For example, somebody studying something about Ibn Taymiyyah Fitra, for example. The Fitra need to be clear because Ibn Taymiyyah is a huge subject. So I need to focus what I'm going to study about him. We need to see this. I need to see this. The same thing also, if you are doing something related to quantum mechanics and Kalam, we have to also identify what we are going to look at because it's a broad subject. Yeah. So once you have a good title, the good title will help you to formulate good questions, research questions. Many people will come to the research question and you'll find people putting research questions very odd, or research objectives are very odd. Why? Because they don't understand their own title. They don't understand their own title. So the title needs to be very precise, reflect the variables that you are going to study, what you are going to study. I will switch from, because I have many materials, but anyway, I will try to see how we can do this. Okay, this one, let's stop sharing this one. We go for another one. This is a doctoral project from Belgium and Department of Philosophy. You see, of course, the topics is very interesting, but also very complicated. Hegel internalist foundationalism. Okay, so whoever doesn't know anything about German philosophy, he will not understand what the title is all about. But the main issue here in the title is this guy is studying Hegel, a great German philosopher, but he's not just putting Hegel philosophy. He is focusing on the point that he wants to study. That's it. So now when I read the title, I know what this guy is going to do, what exactly he's going to do. Okay. This, of course, again, these proposals, they have different standards. They don't follow what we follow. So they will have just description, and then after this, some of the objective of the study and bibliography directly. They will not have. So as I mentioned, the procedure for different universities are different. It depends on the university, but we follow what IUM agreed upon. But again, this is just an example of a very specific title. Another example of another specific title as well is this one. Okay, this is another one. This is actually a PhD. This is not a proposal that I will show now. But you see the title also is very, very clear. You look at this title, Impact of Culture, Leadership, and Power on Staff Motivation in the Context of International Organization. So when I read the title, I know the parameters that this guy is going to work on. This guy is going to work on the culture, leadership, and power. That's it. Finish. Because when you talk about organization, we have many things to study. So now when I read this title, I know that he or she, of course, specifically studying these three variables. So this is what I am referring to as the variables. What are the variables you are going to study? So this need to be reflected in the title. Need to be reflected in the title. Okay. Going back to this one. Going back to this one, after the title, need to be precise and need to be very clear. Then we go, as I mentioned, the introduction problem statement. And the problem statement, there's an issue about problem statement with everybody. Problem statement should not be a long statement. Some people write problem statement in 2 pages. Brother or sister, this is not. Problem statement means you need to tell me what is the problem you're solving. This is what you need to tell me. Don't tell me the story of your life. I went here and I was reflecting on this. I am not interested in this. I'm not interested in all your reflections. I'm interested in what problem you are going to solve. What problem you are going to solve. Like, for example, Brother Asri is doing something on evolution and Ibn Taymiyyah again. Then his problem is the views of Ibn Taymiyyah on evolution, how the position. He just will mention this. Nobody did this before, and we need to explore this issue. Clear cut, finish. He doesn't need to write down, and Ibn Taymiyyah is a great scholar, and he was doing this, and we have a lot of problems with evolution and creationist. And then, no. Problem statement, 1 paragraph. 1 paragraph. Mostly 2 paragraphs. And it will be very good if you can make it in bullet points. If you are looking into many issues, you need to identify it in bullets. But not more than this, not more than this. Problem statement should be very short, sweet, and clear. Another thing also related to the writing, of course, because we are all, especially here, this is not an engineering more, but here in people working in a civilization and thought, people like big words. So they like to talk about very big on issues. So you'll find people talk about the positivism and the agnostic, blah, 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 these type of things. I'm not saying that you should not use this one, but you have, in the research, we have to be straight to the point. and we use the words that we understand. Many cases, I have been reviewing and also examining many papers and outside engineering on social sciences and other things, and also examining many theses on social sciences. One of the main problem is some people will write down something and they don't understand. This would be a disaster. And some time ago, there was one colleague here, not in his stack, in another place. He was writing about feminism and this type of things. And then he mentioned the Marxist philosophers of two different schools. He put them in one school. Why? He wants to show that he knows these guys. So he mentioned Plekhanov, and he mentioned Lenin, and he mentioned another guy, Herbert Marcuse, and this type of thing. And those guys are belonging to different schools. They are not one Marxist school. And when I asked him, do you know the difference between this guy and this guy? He doesn't know. So don't mention something that you don't know. What you write is what you know. You have to research it. Don't try to impress the examiner or your supervisor. If the examiner or your supervisor is quite shrewd, he will understand that you are making hocus pocus. But sometimes, yes, people can just ignore. Write down something that you understand very well. And simple is always great. You just go to the point. No need to make a big thing on this one. Okay, what's the difference between the problem statement and significance of the study? Significance of this question was raised yesterday also. And maybe I didn't want to also interrupt a lot in this one. Significance of the study is why this problem is important. Problem statement, what is the problem? Significance of the study, why this problem is important. So there are two different issues. We have a problem, but sometimes the problem is not important. Huh? Yes, it might, you like the problem, but it's not important. Yeah, many cases like this. Yeah, for example, you want to study, let's say, how bugs behave in a certain in a certain domain and something like this, because you have a problem with a bug in your house. But when this is a problem, it is a problem. But when you put it for research, this is not of significance. People are not interested in the bug in your house. They are not interested in this. They are interested in something that will add to the body of knowledge. Okay, so problem statement is what is the problem you are solving. Significance of the study, why this problem is important. And in this part, you have to support what you are saying. Don't say generalization. Don't say, okay, because this is, yeah, for example, people work on justice, let's say. And then justice, we have a lot of problems with justice all over the world. So yes, there's a lot of problems. Anybody do research on this one? Yes, good. But he talks about when he comes to the significance, and he will say, and justice is very important. It is the life of the nation. It is the blah, 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 blah. This is not scientific writing. This is more like a newspaper writing, but not scientific. Why this is important? You need to give me, you need to substantiate what you are writing. You give me evidence. Scientific writing, everything, you need to give evidence. No evidence, I don't accept it.
How many pages?
No, this one also should be short. You need just to refer to a couple of main resources to indicate that this is important. Nothing more here. No much things here. But I mean, you have to substantiate what you are saying. You have to support what you're saying. You cannot just say plain issues. Though many people will know that this is important, or something like also the sister work on happiness, for example. Happiness is very important. Yes, it is very important. But we need to substantiate. You need to tell the reader that, yes, it is important. I know it is important, but I need to tell me why people are saying it is important. So we need to write down. We need to write down. This is the significance of the study. Because yesterday, some people were confused between problem statement. There are two different things. Problem statement, the problem you are solving. It might be important, it might not be important. Significance of the study, why it is important. Why it is important. Okay. Then coming to research questions, I think yesterday there was a lot of issues about research questions, but let me share with you something I want to show here. This was a quick thing I prepared, but of course it was covered mainly. But just to remind you, what are the goals of scientific research? What are the goals of scientific research? Everybody agree that the goals are either description or prediction or understanding and explaining. Any research is going into this. So for example, I want to understand the behavior of some animal. This is descriptive. I'm describing the behavior. So I observe, describe, and then I'll comment on this. So this is a description or prediction, mostly in natural sciences, engineering, physics, chemistry. Our main goal is to predict what's going to happen. And also it goes for political science sometimes, in social sciences. You need to predict the evolution of the society, evolution of culture and other things. Or you want to understand and explain certain issue which was not explained before. So you want to add an idea. This is the objective of any research in the world, by the way. Okay. I will not talk about because it most of this stuff covered, though I presented in a different way a little bit. But now we are coming to the okay. The topics. This one also, some people mentioned it yesterday, and I wanted just to comment also on the topics. How you can get a topic. There are many ways. Here mentioned many ways. I don't know. This one is not shown, isn't it? So.
No, sorry, can I ask?
Yes, please.
Okay, what is the goal of the scientific research? Can it be a prescription? Can my goal be a prescription for something?
Yeah, intervention. This is what we call intervention. And I am putting something to solve a humanity problem, some of the humanity problem. Yes, it is. What? Why this not? Okay. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. How you select your topic. Select your topic, sometimes it's a personal interest. I am interested in something. Or it might be something which is very important. I know this is very important, everybody talk about. Or something which is very new. And also we need to have the feasibility for it. And I usually tell our colleagues, because all of you are our colleagues, and you're not our student, you are our colleagues, you will be our colleagues soon. So you have two ways. You have two ways in selecting topic. If you select a topic that many people talked about it before, it's good and bad. The good is you have a lot of literature. The bad is your contribution will be very difficult because you have to have something new. Many people wrote about it, so you have to make a new contribution. So you need to find out what is new. But if you have a brand new topic, also good and bad. Bad in the sense you don't have literature. So maybe you are the only person to start working on this. Or maybe you have only 10 papers on the topic. But the good one is whatever you say, people will say, okay, because you are one of the pioneers. You'll be one of the pioneers as long as it is scientific. Yeah, okay, good, go ahead. So whenever you select, you have to pay attention what kind of topic. Like, for example, Mahmoud was talking to me about the issue of machineries, for example. Issue of machinery, of course, have been studied a lot. So whenever you need to work on it, you need to focus on an issue that has not been studied before. You'll find books and papers, millions for the past only 40, 50 years. And you have to dig into all of this, or majority of them. Yes.
If the resource not available, how can I finish my thesis?
This is something I will come to it now. Ah,
But resource not available.
okay. Then you need to change topic. Why? Because no, yeah, it's okay. But the problem is you will stuck at a certain point of time. You are going to stuck. Why? Because if you say, sir, after you finish your work, people will ask you why you didn't refer to this one. I didn't have an access to it. Why you didn't refer to this one? I didn't have access to it. This is not the problem of the. It's your problem. This is why the feasibility is something very important. So you choose whatever you want to choose, but it needs to be feasible. Whether it is new or whether it is old. You don't tell me, okay, I did this one and I need to do some field work, for example, in Iraq. And then I cannot go to Iraq because the bombing going everywhere. So brother, why did you choose the topic? Why did you choose the topic? You choose another topic. Because this is not an excuse. This is not an excuse to me or to the examiners or to the supervisor. You choose a topic that you can do. You can do. The other point also related to the selection of the topics is sometimes we have a passion for a certain topic, but academically this is not important. So you need to check with your supervisor or whoever will be your supervisor. Okay. Another issue also as well, whenever you are giving a topic, when somebody give you a topic, even your supervisor, you need to do, because some supervisors just will give a topic, nothing else. Some other supervisors will have a detailed procedure. People are different. We are not all the same. And some supervisors, I remember my supervisors were like this. We come, sit down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one, you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And this two, you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. So I know the roadmap from day one. I know the roadmap from day one. And they are very well versed in the topics. So they know exactly this is the point that we need to work on. So of course, this will save you a lot of time. At least will make you focus. You start doing things properly. Some other supervisors just are having general terms. So people are different. So we have to be clear on this one. Some people just give you a title and then they will leave you. You have to make your homework on the title. What kind of homework? You need to check publication related to this title. Then you know this will be difficult, will be easy, will be important, because sometimes he will give you a title and he's not really, maybe he heard it somewhere or he found it somewhere, but he didn't really dig into it. And then you discover when you do some research that this title is not important. So you need to come back to him. Prof, I reviewed this one and no publication. And nobody's interested in this topic. So this is your job. Don't tell, okay, because I have also some cases like this. In the final examination of the PhD or master, people will come and then some of them will just put the excuse on the supervisor. I tell him, why did you choose this topic? My supervisor gave it to me. Okay, fine. So where is your brain? You don't have a brain? Where is your brain? You have a brain. You're supposed to have a brain. You use your brain. This is scientific work. This is scientific work. This is not commandment in the army. In the army, yes, I will go, you go. I don't question. But in the scientific work, no, we question. We question. Why this topic? Is it important? I need to check. Also, I need to check my background. Can I do it or not? The feasibility is very important. Sometimes people come, okay, I want to do a literature study on the Russian literature. Okay, great. What do you want to study? I want to study Islam in the works of Chekhov, for example. Anton Chekhov, a great Russian writer. Very good, brother. Do you know Russian? No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's this? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Are you going to make the assessment based on the translation? Cannot. Cannot. You have to have access to the resources. Or people doing work on Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Hazm. you have to know Arabic. I'm sorry, both of them, they know Arabic, no problem. But you have to know Arabic. If you don't know Arabic, and thank you very much. You need to return to the original sources. You cannot tell me, for example, Walid, come and make a research on the Malay Adat, for example. And then people ask me, do you understand Malay? I say, no, I don't understand Malay. Do you can read? I cannot read. Then thank you very much. You cannot. You cannot. So the feasibility is very important. Either you are willing, I know people learn languages just to do their own research. I know people that did this. So if you plan to do some research, you need to do it properly. I think the brother was talking about Hegel last time. I'm not sure. Hopefully, you'll not work on Hegel. But anyway, yeah, good luck to work on Hegel. But one of the main problems with Hegel, translation. One of the main problems with Hegel, translation.
I'm going to work on it.
Good luck. But you have to access the German sources, the original writing. Why? Because the translation have a lot of problems. This is actually many people writing about this issue. His language is very sophisticated, and the translation will have sometimes misinterpretation of what he intend to say. So,
Solution.
I don't know. This is your topic. You spend some time learning German, at least parallel, and then you can access the original source. So these are very important issue. These are very important issue. Okay, so this is just for the topic. Another thing is literature review, because after this of course, many people talk about the literature review yesterday. What I want to add here is only one thing. In the proposal, the literature review, some people ask me how many references, sir, we can have. You can have 10, you can have 20 in the proposal. The importance is not the number. The importance is, are you referring to the primary sources in the proposal or not? Yeah, for example, you are writing about Islamic psychology. Okay, good, very nice. And then, or Al-Ghazali. And then I see all your references in the proposal, John Smith, Potato Head, and other things. And where is Al-Ghazali, brother? Where's Al-Ghazali? I need to see Al-Ghazali in the references. I need to see his name and his books in the references. These are primary sources. So I cannot accept a proposal this way. Means you don't understand what you are referring to. He is working on quantum mechanics and Kalam, for example. Whenever he will do his proposal, we want to see many books in the West now on quantum mechanics and religion, a lot. So you want to see in the proposal some of these key publications. Now, because now he is looking into the right direction. And of course, for Kalam, you need to also point out to the issues which are related to this. So if I see this in the proposal, I know that this researcher is serious. He knows or she knows what they are going to do. But if I see other resources, so I'm sorry, secondary or tertiary resources, means you didn't do your work. Many people take the proposal lightly. And unfortunately, when you take proposal lightly, you will have a lot of challenges in your thesis. Believe me, you will have a lot of challenges in your thesis. If you have a very good proposal, you have no problem in your thesis. No problem. Because you already chart the road. You already put the road. But if you just prepare the proposal, some people, I know, some people prepare the proposal one day before the proposal defense. I'm sorry to say this, but this is a fact. He will go to the internet and copy paste, and then he will put a proposal. And then when you ask him or her, brother, do you know this one? Did you read this reference? And you discover that they didn't read it, and they make it up in 2 days. The problem here is not we fail him or we make him succeed or anything. The problem is you. You are not going to have a good research journey because you didn't do your job properly. And sometimes the supervisor or the examiners will not be very well versed on the topic. So they can say, okay. You say, okay, actually you will be in trouble, not them. Because later, when you finish, the examiner will torture you. And you might fail. or you might resubmission. So it's very important. Proposal, please do an effort to make it properly. Identify every element in it in a clear way. So this is the literature review. Yes.
It means if we write about it, we should mention review of data source.
No, we should mention muqaddimah, that you refer to the muqaddimah for a specific issue. Because of course, Ibn Khaldun, many people refer to many things, not only muqaddimah. If you are working on the sociological part, the muqaddimah, but if you are working in history, al-diwan al-ibar, al-mubtada wal-ibar. So you refer to the main source. What? Oh,
Review of data source.
yes, of course, you have. You have. Because you need to show me that you have read this. Of course, I was telling some of the colleague the other day in an informal meeting here. I remember my master degree, my supervisor in Egypt, when I went to him asking, I want to do my master. He put in front of me 6 volumes, classical references in the area of engineering that I was doing. And they said, I don't want to see your face until you finish this 6 volumes. And it took me a horrible time, actually, because it was very complicated. But of course, I was referring to him to clarify a few things. So he said, you come to me if you want to clarify. But once I finished this, I did my thesis smoothly without any problem, because now I understand what I'm doing. And he gave me the references for the fundamentals that I have to be aware of. Okay, so this is very important. Primary sources need to appear in the research proposal. This is an indication that you have referred to the main things. Okay. A lot of details here. Yesterday also there was a discussion on the this just a guideline on the style and the mechanics of writing. Your writing need to be you avoid a kind of a language which are repetitive, redundant. This is very common, unfortunately, in social sciences and engineering and hard sciences. We don't have this because there's no redundancy. It's one term, you use one term, finish. But in social sciences, I can see this a lot. And this is the most graceful. And this is the most, my brother, one statement, finish. Repetition, redundancy is not good in writing. You are not writing a poem. You are writing a scientific work, okay? So you need to avoid using, and if you have an acronyms, abbreviations, you have to clarify this acronyms clearly. The people who are reading, yes, they might be expert, but sometimes this area is new for them. So you have to clarify everything. And if you coined a term, you have to clarify, you coined this term or somebody else. This also sometimes we see it in social sciences. Some people will put a certain term and then you ask him or you ask her, brother, what this term from where? You say, I coined this term. And then after discussion a little bit, you discover that he didn't coin it. He got it from another place. Either you coin it, then you explain to me what do you mean by it, or you get from another place, you tell me what those people define this term.
Be honest.
You have to be very honest. I'm not asking you to coin terms or to make theories, but I'm asking you to be honest. That's it. That's it. Also, no need to use slang words like cool or something. And also the idioms, you don't need to use them much actually in the writing. Better to use proper language. This is an example. Rise to the pinnacle. Rise to the pinnacle is an expression idiom, and that means people rise to it. But the equivalent to it is to become prominent. So you use the second one to become prominent. Don't use idioms. Idioms are used in literature, newspaper writing, and this type of thing. But scientific work, we don't use. We don't use. And of course, plagiarism. And I think maybe somebody hinted on this, and maybe Dr. Faham will hint on this one. Dr. Faham, you let me know the time because I don't have a control of I want to just quickly to finish a few things. This is an important issue also. It was raised yesterday. I wanted to clarify this one. What is the difference between a theory and hypothesis? The big difference, actually. Theory predicts events in a broad general context. So we say theory of relativity, theory of quantum mechanics, theory of, I don't know what kind of, in sociology, theory of power, for example, a power struggle, and many other theories. So theories in general will predict a wide context of things. And usually theories have been tested. It has been tested, but not finally proven. This is the difference. We have something else we call laws. Laws is something that no exception to it. And there are very few. And most of them are only in hard sciences. They are not in social science. Social sciences, no laws. Because people are discovering every day something. So it's only theories. Yes.
Do I form any theory when I'm studying from the perspective of Islam or Christianity or something like that?
Do you want what? Do you?
From religious perspective, if I conduct any research, do I need to use anything?
No, you don't need. But if there's a theory, you have to use it. If there's a theory, you have to use it. Because sometimes the theoretical, you are the person who built the theory. In some research, you are building a theory at the end of the day. You are contributing, main contribution of the research is a theory. So, okay, fine. But if there is any you need to refer to, if there is nothing, you just, whatever is available to you, you need to work with. The other difference between also hypothesis and theory, a hypothesis is a speculative guess, means I'm not sure yet. This is why it's called hypothesis. And this is why when we have the research proposals, some of the supervisor will ask you to have the hypothesis. Not everybody, but mostly sometimes in the, it is in social sciences sometimes, and also it is in hard sciences. Hypothesis means what do you expect will happen? Whether you prove it or disprove it, this is a contribution. It's okay, fine, no problem. Whether you prove it or disprove it, this is a contribution. Okay. Theoretical framework that I've been talking about yesterday. Theoretical framework is a very important topic. I don't have much time to explain. I was planning, but as I mentioned, the time is quite short. But the main thing about the theoretical framework is it is a structure. This is definition. This is an important definition. The structure that can hold or support a theory of research study. So the one that you are basing your study on it. And usually it is connection between different variables. Usually it is connection between different variables. So whenever I have this clear, the different variables, then example, somebody studying happiness. Okay. For happiness, there are many variables. What is the theoretical framework I'm planning to do? I'm going to look into, some people say it is self-satisfaction. Some people say it is pleasure of God. Some people say it is pleasures. No, desires, pleasures. So which variables you are building your framework on it? Which one? You have to indicate this. Which one you are going to build your framework on it? And then after this, while you are doing your research, you might amend, disprove, add, change. Okay. So this is a theoretical framework. It's very important to look into this part. Okay. Let me show you some examples. How much time I have, the fan left? Yes. Huh?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay.
When I go to the I can get lots of variables. So if I think that after showing that 5 or 10 or 16 variables, but I want to do research, I want to do this way I'm gonna observe by 3 or 4 variables.
It's okay, but you need to tell me why did you choose these 3 variables?
Oh.
You have to tell me.
Yes. If I do from the realist perspective, from the social science realist perspective, Kenneth Wells. So Kenneth Wells realism is not reflecting from the Islamic perspective. So if I go through the moral reality, so it will not the real foreign policy. So if I want to work combination of both, during that time, what should I do? I cannot say just only moral perspective, Islamic context, or I cannot say the Western perspective cannot work. So when I will analyze the foreign policy, during that time, if I bring together, that will be nice.
Okay, this nice question. I understand now what you're referring. I was actually wanted to say something about this issue for people working on Islamic perspective. There is a very big problem. In fact, when we work on Islamic perspective, a lot of people are falling into it. We jump directly to Quran and Sunnah. You are not Imam Shafi'i to jump directly to Quran and Sunnah. You are not Imam Shafi'i or Abu Hanifa. So you are a very humble scholar. Once you jump to the sources, you will have a lot of challenges. The first challenge is your ability to understand the text. I'm not talking about even people who are not Arab speaking, but people who are Arab speaking, they don't understand Quran also. It's not, because you need to have a lot of skills, Arabic skills. So don't jump to Quran and Sunnah. And this is one of the main problem when people talk about morality in most of the issues in the social sciences. They will jump, okay, they will talk about morality and, for example, foreign policy. We have to do 1, 2, 3. He will get the akhlaq from the Quran and Sunnah and he will put it. To understand the Islamic morality, you need to refer to the practice of the early Muslims. For example, if any of you have read a book on Siyasa-Shar'iyya by Al-Ahkam Sultaniyya by Al-Mawardi, for example,
Yes.
if you read it, actually many things are not as you imagine. There is always a compromise. There is always, in human relation, there is always a compromise. Even Islam allow compromises. But as long as the compromise will end up that I will reach to a good goal. But if you tell me the Quran saying blah and the Sunnah saying, okay, fine. But how people understand it is the most important thing. How people practice it. So this is a main issue. And also some topics that people, the other day, some proposal from RKHS, this was a few years ago. A person talk about justice in Quran and Sunnah. Everybody talk about, everybody knows the ayat and the hadith about justice in Quran and Sunnah. You need to have something else, or freedom in Quran and Sunnah. You have to have something like this. This is Malay, but it's actually in Arabic, but translated to Malay. I bring these books. Whoever wants to take, you can take. This is by a great scholar, Muhammad Amara. He passed away. This is part of his thesis. He was studying the freedom in the Mu'tazilit framework. Now I am doing something new. Don't tell me I'm going to collect the ayat of Quran and Sunnah about freedom. And yes, alhamdulillah, Islam is supporting freedom. Thank you very much. I know all of this. Nothing new here. Nothing new. Or somebody talking about women, for example. The Quran supported women and the Hadith supported. Okay, thank you very much. I know all of this also. I need to see the practice. Tell me the practice. You add to me. You add to me. So this is the type of things that we need to look at. Yes.
If I have to search for the perspective of any individual, first I have to address what religion say on the particular area.
Yes.
Then I should address the current problem. That should I work on to solve. Is it right?
Yes, of course. And many things also when you work from different perspectives, like for example, you or the brother working on Ibn Khaldun and Hegel. Whenever we talk about people of different framework, I have to bring the theoretical framework in, because Hegel is not Ibn Khaldun. Yes, they might have something in common. It's okay, but I need to understand him and to understand Ibn Khaldun, I need to understand the background. Ibn Khaldun was a Muslim. His Islam also was formulated by certain parameters, but Hegel was quote unquote Christian with some also parameters. So this will help me to understand the point of view of everybody. Also, when you talk about Christianity or missionary, I need to bring the perspective of the other. I need to bring the perspective. I don't condemn people. Yes. I need just to show something. I cannot find this file.
Yes, one question.
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, please, brother.
I don't know, can I speak Arabic?
You can speak Arabic, of course.
بحقيقة يعني عندي سؤالين وأكثر خير.
تفضل.
السؤال الأول كنت سألني الموضوعية في تناول الطرق. نجد يعني كثير من الطلبة حتى تفهموا أنها يعني تغيرت مع مرور الوقت. مثلا إذا اختار شخصية إسلامية يجد يعني صعوبة في النقد، وكان إذا انتقد هذه الشخصية فكان يعني هو يشعر بأنه يشوه الناس. فأيضا إذا قارن بين شخصية إسلامية وشخصية غربية فيجد صعوبة في نقد هذه الشخصية الإسلامية أو نقد يعني أو ذكر إيجابيات الشخصية الغربية. فيعني مشكلة الموضوعية يعني أظن يعني موجودة. يعني إذا طالب يمتاز فلأن البحث العلمي إذا كانت تكلفة سهل يعني الإنسان يكون موضوعي يعني لا يمتاز. أما في العلوم الإنسانية فأظن يعني يوجد هذا المشكل يعني.
صحيح. في مشكلة أيديولوجي، في مشكلة العلوم الإنسانية فيها مشكلة الأيديولوجي.
فالسؤال هو يعني الطالب هل يعتمد فقط على شخصيته العلمية من أجل الخروج من هذا المشكل؟ أم يعني يوجد طريقة علمية يتبعها خطوات كي يعني يخرج من المشكل من خلال هذا الموضوع.
Okay, the brother is asking about the issue of bias in doing research. Sometimes I do research about somebody I like, and I am doing a research on a scholar that I like. So definitely, I will try to be to his side. Or I do research about somebody that I don't like. So I will try to get all the faults in the world to put it on this guy. Then, of course, this is not scientific. Because one of the main issue in scientific work is the first rule. You approach any topic with skepticism. I'm not sure. I like, for example, Imam Shafi'i. I'll mention somebody who is not controversial. Yeah, a great scholar. But I want to study his approach in Usul al-Fiqh and whether he has some flaws in this approach or he doesn't have. Though I like him and respect him as a great scholar, but when I approach this type of research, I have to be skeptical. Means I'm not sure. He might have some problems. So let me explore scientifically whether he has some problems or not. So this is the rule. Actually, this is an Islamic rule. Skepticism is an Islamic rule. When you approach scientific work, skepticism is required. The whole book of Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal by Abu Hamd al-Ghazali is based on skepticism. Skeptical. I need to review my thoughts. I need to review my my view in life. Many things you need to do. So skepticism is a key issue in scientific research. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
عندي اقتراح أنا ممكن مثلا الهيئات العلمية يعني طبعا نموذج يعني الشرع البخاري الذي كفى
مستحيل مستحيل.
الحل هو يعني الحل يكون في تكوين شخصية علمية.
طبعا الحل انك تخاف ربنا بس. هو ده الحل الوحيد. ان تخاف الله فيما تكتب بس، انما غير كده ما فيش. طبعا طبعا انما تفضل في allow him another question or finish.
Maybe you can have one.
He has another question. If they allow, I don't know. Yeah.
المفروض يكون البحث العلمي عبارة عن الجواب عن الأسئلة وحل المعضلات، وكذلك المفروض يكون شيء من فتح إشكاليات أخرى وفتح أسئلة أخرى من اجل تواصل البحث العلمي، لكن هذا قليل يعني قليل يعني المفروض البحث العلمي يكون متوسط، فممكن الطالب يعمل المشروع ويجيب عن اسئله ويجيب اشكاليات وكذلك يراجع المكتبه الدام ويستخرج منها اسئله.
هو السؤال ده في الحقيقه المفروض ليك مش ليا، لان انت اللي بتعمل الاطروحه.
نعم.
فهو الشخص اللي بيعمل الاطروحه هو اللي احيانا بيبلوك هيز ويز، بيقفل على نفسه، واحيانا بيفتح لنفسه طرق. So he was talking about sometimes some of the research has no perspective. You cannot do anything further, which is true. And this is the problem of you, not the supervisor. Supervisor will ask you to do this, but you don't like it, you tell him, I want to do something else. Because it's very important to build a research career, especially those of you who plan to be in academia, you have to build a research career. So you have to select points that will open horizons for you, but not a closed point. Closed point, nothing after this. Okay. Inshallah. I don't know. He's a boss. He's a boss. I'm not sure.
Okay, just one very short question. Or remark. Just
In other words, based on the based on assumption. Once
I'm listening.
in other words, based on assumption, we are assuming that this is and that is how come it is done that we confirm what we are.
Yes. This is a research. This is hypothesis. Hypothesis assumptions, but educated assumptions, not any assumption. Educated assumption, something I guess, and it has to be.
Okay, with that, I would like to end this session. And personally, I like to the talk to continue for maybe 1 hour more, but we need to proceed to another to the next topic, which is will be given by Dr. Feham. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Professor Wali.
Thank you.
Our colleague is here with us.
If you need, I welcome anytime. If you need, you have my office in second floor, and my phone is almost a public a public phone. Everybody calls me. So welcome anytime. You just let me know who you are, because sometimes I don't know who is speaking to me. Who's this guy? So you let me know who you are. That's it. Welcome. And anyone who is interested of these books, you can take. These are, I have some extra copies. The one about Mu'tazila, Muhammad Amar, but this in Malay. And there is another book about the Islamic worldview. This is a nice book by some of our colleagues. Another one about Muslim women contribution to society. I give you one, I think. I have 2 copies of the worldview.
In Malay.
Yes, Malay.
In Malay.
بالعربي موجود if you can. Yeah, they put it in the text. This is why in the order we put that up in you. Means if you have it, then you have.
boleh.
Okay. Thank you.
You don't want to ask me. Yes, it's a long time back.
So we can begin the final session on research, on the formatting of the research proposal shortly. So I'd like to introduce our final speaker, which is none other than Associate Professor Dr. Feham Muhammad Ghalib, who is the Deputy Dean in effect in Academic and Internationalization and he's previously with the CBS in Gombak. And actually, he has a quite interesting background. He had a certificate both in Arabic and English language. He's a graduate in Arabic literature from IIM, and he had a master's in American University in Cairo. And he went back to Malaysia, to USM for his PhD. And Dr. Fiham specializes in linguistics, in web-based teaching and learning, and teaching Arabic. And he also, I remember once he wished to embark on a new research project on Malay world, and he will provide a scholarship for those who's interested in that. So is that true?
Not me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me see one more.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's the institute. Actually.
Okay. All right. Okay. Without further delay, I'll pass the mic to.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Okay, the topic is written there, which is formatting a research proposal, which is, I would say, very technical in nature, but always and almost neglected by our PG, not only PG students, but some of the academicians. Okay, formatting of academic work, in particular at your level, would be research proposal, and later you will improve in a form of thesis. Of course, from time to time, you have to observe the formatting part of your work, in particular if the reason is for academic purposes, and you will observe that from one environment to another, you will have different set of guidelines that you have to follow in order to format your academic work. As of this moment, in this, within our domain at the moment is for research proposal. And you are also expected to produce academic work. For that reason, you may do the formatting for different other purposes. Say, for example, for producing academic in the form of articles for the journals, in the form of papers for conference presentation. So that sometimes requires specific guideline for you to follow. Okay, so it might be different, might be similar from one to another. Well, in a nutshell, is that you have to do the formatting. It cannot be with you do things in random. No, you have to observe what is the format, what is the elements that you have to implement in producing your academic work. And as of this moment, I share with you the research proposal. Okay, the research proposal. I think it's worth to just mention here briefly what I'm going to cover in this session, where I just want to explain and share with you the PG academic journey and at what stage you are at the moment, and at what stage we expect you to produce research proposal, and so on until you reach your research, and then completing your thesis, and after that sending for examination, and so on and so forth, defending your thesis and so on. Later you will emphasize some of the elements, and alhamdulillah, Prof. Walid already touched on that. That will save a lot of time from my side. Thank you very much, Prof. Walid. So I will just go through quickly. The thing is that we have this similar, more or less what presented by Prof. Walid just now for STEP. Okay, I'm not sure whether you're aware or not, but we have the similar. For those who are from other departments or other kuliah, I believe that from your kuliah, in particular, Office of Deputy Dean for Postgraduate Studies, you also have kind of like a research proposal template available where you should follow and then implement in your in preparing your research proposal. And then I will say some just share and discuss some of the issues, okay, related to research proposal to my observation throughout my time. I mean, in this short experience with ISTAC and previous experiences while I'm, I mean, with the kuliah, and see some examples of the research proposal and where you will observe that there are some discrepancies here and there in terms of the in conformity with the research proposal template and requirements. We will offer after that Q&A, inshallah. Okay, so you are now working within the limited period of time. Okay, for student, master student, you have 2 years normal period. You can go maximum of 3 years. Okay, three years. That's the maximum period. Okay, if you want more than that, you have to seek Senate endorsement. Okay, you have to ask Senate endorsement for approval. Whereas for PhD, for full time, I'm talking about full time student. You have a normal period of 3 years for you to do your research and have your research done. You can extend the period up to 6 years, okay, up to six years, but this is the maximum that you can go. Within the stipulated time, you have constraints that you have to observe. You cannot study something which you try to solve problems of the world. You cannot do that within this stipulated time, whether you are doing master or you are doing PhD. So you have to be very focused. As tips mentioned by Prof. Walid just now, you have to be very focused, okay, at master level, because the time period, okay, given to you is as stated, okay, 2 year normal period, and then 3 up to 3 years. Another 1 year for you to do the extension. Okay, to do the, and then it's not automatically given. You have to apply for it. It's not just given to you. Okay, I'm already on extension automatically. No, you have to apply for it. Why? The reason you've been asked to apply for the extension is that you want to know, the office want to know, what is your status? What is the progress? Is there any progress? Even every single semester, you have to do the progress report. Okay, from you and from your supervisor recommendation. Okay, and then of course from the Office of Deputy Dean later for the also recommendation and later table for approval in at central CPS level. So this is your limitation. Okay, this is your, so think something that can be done within the stipulated time, master and PhD. Of course, you think big, but within the time frame given. Okay. Yeah, I think some of the tips given by Prof. Walid just now, even previously in the last session, the first day from Dr. Ahmad is very pertinent. Okay, you have to consider what are the issues that you want to tackle, what are the problems that you want to study, and in what way you will find the solution, okay, to cater for that study problem. That's why if you are a like master student, okay, master student, we expect you to do the research proposal and have it completed within year 1 of your study. Okay, semester 1 and semester 2, you should have completed your research proposal, defended. By semester 3, you are on thesis. Okay, so that's the arrangement. So plan within that time frame. This is for master. Whereas for PhD, by semester 3, you should switch to thesis. I mean, you should have successfully defended your proposal and move to your thesis writing, okay, by semester 3, okay, or maybe end of semester 3, okay. So you have like 1.5 years for doing the data collection, maybe, or your field work, and then reporting, and later completing the writing and do the submission by end of year 3, okay. So the problem that we are facing at the moment is that there is a delay, okay, in defending your research proposal. Okay, that delay, of course, will affect another semester. Okay, the length of the semester that you will enroll. So of course, it will affect negatively on your study period, and later you will ask for extension. So this is the what we normally observe from the student master as well as the PhD. Okay, so if you are within the time frame and within the arrangement that we have set, most of the time you will be able to do the submission within the stipulated time. At least after the normal normal study period, you will do the submission within the extension, at least. Okay, at least. If you follow exactly as it is and within the, maybe the schedule that we have planned before, even within the normal study period, in the end of normal study period, you'll be able to do the submission. Okay. Okay, so that's the arrangement pertaining to when you should be taking research proposal, and when you should switch from research proposal, have it defended, and then move to the thesis writing. Okay. Okay, so pertaining to academic journey in the stack, okay, the uniqueness about the stack is that you have, prior to research proposal, what we call colloquium presentation. Okay, colloquium presentation. Well, colloquium presentation is not that a big deal, simply because you have to do a presentation. It is in the form of like PowerPoint presentation, or or similar. Just present the idea, have it, a table in front of the stack academician, stack professors, and then they will comment and give suggestion. Of course, the intention is very noble. It is for you to improve your work better. Okay, that's the intention, so that you'll be more focused, you will be more precise in studying the problem that you want to tackle. So it's not that really a big deal for you to do a colloquium presentation. So for those who are taking longer, I'm myself wondering why this colloquium presentation is longer than expected. 1 year with no colloquium presentation. It shouldn't be that way. Even ending of taking this research methodology, you should have something in mind for you to present in front of the staff professors. Okay, yeah. So the journey is that, of course, we have audit courses, okay, in stack, and we have 3. If you feel that you are eligible to be exempted, let us know. Okay, fill in the exemption form. So we will study and then see whether you are eligible to be exempted or not. Maybe during your master time, you already studied research methodology, for instance, or maybe Malay literature. You feel that you're eligible to be exempted from taking these 3 audit courses. Let us know. Okay, if you keep quiet, you have to take these 3 courses. Okay, so that's the arrangement for you in stack, which is actually applicable to master and PhD. For PhD level, somehow the names of the courses slightly different. Okay, maybe, and then the nature of the courses slightly different. But mainly it will cater 3 things: research methodology, Islamization, and Malay history and civilization. These 3. Okay, so that's the area of concern for these three courses. And then you will go for colloquium presentation, after which you have to develop it in a proper research proposal format. for defense of your proposal. So this what require you to prepare the proposal. Okay, this require you to prepare the proposal. So and it should be defended. We have two readers for your proposal among STAT academicians or maybe staff from other kuliah that we feel able to comment and then to improve and assist students and improve the academic work. So basically we have two readers. And then later, once it has been approved in the committee, your research proposal, you will start venturing in completing your thesis. Okay, start thesis writing, doing field work, and then plan your field work. Maybe you need to do like development of something, or maybe development of module, learning module. Okay, yeah. So many things you have to plan that well for your field work and maybe development in order to execute your research in a better manner and then do the data collection, or maybe in many forms, like in many ways, as what Dr. Suhaila highlighted us this morning. Okay, there are research tools that you should be, well versed of. Then there are instruments, there are research and other methods for you to do the data collections. We have in many ways to do that in STAT for surely. Okay, and then we have to move from one semester to another. Every single semester, make sure you do the reporting. We call it research progress report. Prior to research progress report, of course, we have research proposal progress report. That's during your research proposal stage. Well, when you switch, your status to, your from research proposal to thesis, then every single semester you have to do and submit research progress report for the registration. Okay, for the registration, because by research program, which is applicable to all of you, master and PhD, for different other kuliah, you have mixed mode. Okay, so maybe you have that arrangement right after finishing the courses. You have to submit research progress report, or maybe research proposal progress report. That report will be used for your registration, and that will keep you every single semester active. Okay, or else if the report not been submitted, then there are chances that you will observe that your status will change from active to inactive, and later end of the semester will be noted as dismissed because there is no report. Yeah, this is automatically done by the CPS system.
They will not notify you. You will just wake up in the morning and you find yourself.
Yeah, I think the email been sent using the registered email in your profile in the PG system. So please make sure that you frequently check your email if you receive any of this info pertaining to your study status. I will stop at that stage because the rest will be completing your research and do the submission and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So is that the reason why a supervisor will keep when you go to a supervisor and ask you, I want to see your status?
Yes, it's part of it.
You want to know your status. What do you mean?
That will be maybe one of the reasons, because submitting research progress is actually from your side. You will have a form for you to fill in. Either use that particular form, or you will do the submission using online PG, we call it iMonitor. So either the submission can be done online using that platform, or it can be done in the form of like manual PDF file. You fill in and then submit the form to STAC academic office. Okay, but they should be in frequent communication, a continuous communication with you, so they know your status. You are there, okay, still alive and doing research. Okay, not somewhere else. Yeah.
At what submit the research progress report. For example, somebody just want to register for the research proposal. Maybe he has registered and he has not defended. Perhaps he has not been given the date.
Normally end of the semester. I think there is an announcement notification for you from CPS asking for you to submit the progress report. End of the like I think week 16 or 17, 18.
Every semester. This one is every semester.
Yeah, after the semester ends. Okay, so during that time is actually the time where you do the submission. That if the okay for research progress report, it will come in two forms. I mean the result will come in two forms. The first is in progress, which is satisfactory. Another is UP. UP is unsatisfactory progress. This is from your supervisor. He is the one who will note that whether you are IP or UP. If it is UP, then another observation will be checked by the CPS. Coming semester also UP, you will be dismissed. Okay, so please take note. Make sure you are not on UP, or else 2 times UP, you will be automatically dismissed. Make sure every single semester is IP. How? By communicating frequently with your supervisor. Okay, you must keep in touch with your supervisor, so that informing him that you are doing research, you are doing something, you are with the program. Okay, fine. So now for research proposal template, as what been presented just now by Prof. Walid, we have this similar. If you observe, if you go visit our website, website, we have it under students. If you go under student, I think under resources, and then under resources we have student, staff, and I think administration, things like that. Under student we have where we put it in the form of more or less similar. Where we have a cover page. Okay, so just follow whatever stated here, change with the one that we have. Okay, and then move to the components which is similar as presented. I think every single kuliah they implement is similar. Maybe some adjustment here and there, like theoretical, conceptual framework. Okay, for ours it's not stated there, but I will give my comments on this. It's important element of research, surely, either theoretical framework or conceptual framework, because normally when you do study, you have to base your study on something. You cannot say that I'm the one who begin with knowledge. The knowledge is taken from me. I'm the one, the first who's starting this. Okay. Normally you will base on something. You will do the reading. You will start on something. Okay. You get information from someone else. Knowledge is actually accumulation of experiences. So you gain from someone, take from someone, and then build, and then interpret and understand that in the form of that will give a contribution to the field. You must somehow refer to someone else while doing your research. You cannot just stay there, sitting without doing nothing, and then telling others the knowledge is actually from me, from my brain. No. You have to refer references. Okay, primary references or secondary references. So the elements somehow similar. We have like title, introduction, statement of problem, research objective, question, hypothesis, significance of the research or the study, research methods or procedures, methodology, literature review, research terms, their functional definition, and then outline of chapterization. Okay, so those are actually similar. Only that embedded, like a theoretical and conceptual framework embedded somewhere there in the research proposal. You may highlight it in the form of separate section. Okay, by all means. Okay, by all means you can do that. Okay, in the research proposal. But it's very important that you make it clearer and stated in the research proposal. And of course, Gantt chart is another element which is neglected by many. This is very good so that you can inform us the plan that you have in mind, how your research will be executed, and in the end, finally, completed. Okay, at what stage you will do the data collection, maybe at what stage you will do the reporting, and then later we'll do the conclusion and the recommendation. So you will inform the readers. Okay, we have two readers I mentioned earlier, that this is actually your plan in executing the research proposal, which is good. Okay, which is good, and we have the similar in the template that presented by Prof. Walid also just now. Okay, so that's all about Gantt chart. And even if you are applying for extension, one of the requirements from the documents is that you have to submit Gantt chart. Okay, so we know, the office will know what actually you are at what stage and how you do or how you want to complete your research. Okay. So if we feel that it's feasible to be carried out and implemented, and then we will just do a recommendation. Okay, so one of the requirements for you to submit for extension or apply for extension is Gantt chart. Other than that, if you have several other documents like recommendation from your supervisor and several others. Okay, so neglected by many, but it's very important. So we know. Okay, we know how you want to implement your research and how you want to do your research. And of course, in terms of the bibliography and appendix, I have a note particularly on the style that we use in the stack, and inshallah later I will share with all of you. I think basically the main elements are there, similar to what presented by Prof. Walid, only that some, it's not that really missing, but it's important element, but should be there embedded in the research proposal. Okay, so some of the issues that I want to share. Okay, some of the issues that I want to share. Okay, prior to that, if you observe in the research proposal, see, please refer to IIUM guide of preparing thesis. So it's actually similar. How you prepare your thesis, similar to how you prepare your research proposal. Okay, in terms of the paging, in terms of the numbering, in terms of the size of font, in terms of the what font you want to use. So somehow similar. Just refer to the IIUM guide in preparing thesis. You will just implement this similar. Okay, so I think the one that particular statement already stated as well in the previous template as shared to all of us by Prof. Walid. Okay. So in order to get IIUM guide thesis manual, you have to go to CPS website, and under CPS website, you go to PG policies and procedures. You have there IIUM thesis manual. So just implement this similar and put it in your research proposal, particularly the technicalities, type of font to use. Because we receive research proposal with a very fascinating design. With flowers here and there, and colorful as well.
Very
this is not in line with what you want. Okay, so make sure when you are in academic world, there is a specific rules that you have to abide. You have to adhere to these rules. Okay, we are not writing books for selling to the public and markets or so on and so forth. Okay, yeah. But we are preparing academic work. You have to adhere certain rules and regulations. One institution might be different, okay, from another. Our university, the way of the style of preparing academic work might be different from other institutions, UPM, UKM, even USM. But we have that guide, and it's considered as like the personality of that university. we know that, okay, this particular student graduated from IIUM. We know graduated from the institution, and so on and so forth, because like portraying the personality of that institution. That's why it's differ from one another. Okay. Okay, next, what are the issues? Okay, what are the issues? I mean, some of the issues as stated earlier, in the template, some elements are not stated, but it's worth to elaborate and put there in your research proposal. Say, for example, theoretical or conceptual framework, you can put there. Okay, you can put there. I think in terms of the meaning of theoretical or conceptual framework as elaborated by Prof. Ali just now, if you have that section separated in a dedicated section, that will be good, so that we can, especially the readers, they can understand. Okay, your idea is clearer. What is actually your study? What's the foundation that you build from them your study? And another maybe worth for you to state and then insert in your research proposal is the limitation and limitation of research, or maybe the limitation of research. It's not there in our stack, okay? I believe it's there in Prof. Walid, because I think it's from other kuliah, but you can add, okay? You can add limitation and limitation because it will come clearer, okay? And then the research proposal, it's clearer what scope that you want to limit in your research, and boundary of your research, things that you feel you want to do, things that you feel you cannot do in your research. Just explain it in a better manner under separated session, limitation and delimitation. We can do that, and it will make your research proposal clear. So that's one issue. Another issue that I feel frequently among our students, our PG, neglected or left behind is the research terms. Research terms and their functional definitions. It's very rare we have, but I think maybe several times when I chair the defense, it's very difficult to find the section where you define the keywords of your research. It's under research terms and their functional definition. You should have that explained well in your research proposal. Why? Because that will do and make your research feasible to be carried out. You don't want to cover all, but you want to focus only one single aspect. Where is it? It's under terms and functional definition, or maybe under limitation or delimitation. When you explain what you mean by, say, for example, ethics. Okay, what aspect of ethics you want to focus? Not every single aspect of ethics, okay, in your study, okay, in your study. Okay, that will give functional definition of the term. Then you will implement in your research. That will reach what we call feasibility of your research, and within the stipulated time frame of your study. 2 years for master, 3 years for PhD. This is for normal study period. Okay, so have it stated clearly. And another observation is that maybe some of you have that section, research terms and functional definition, but I feel that the explanation of the term is like that you are putting that explanation and like copying from the second chapter and put it there. One single word, for example, the explanation is like 2 pages. One single term. What is actually the term that you mean in your study? So you have to be precise. Okay, you are not explaining other views and then comment and then give critique to those views while you are stating research term and functional definition. It's not that manner. Okay, the correct one is that just be precise, and then lengthy explanation will be given in chapter 2. Okay, be precise in your research proposal. Explain only what you mean by that term in this research. Okay, the lengthy explanation, different views, different opinions from other scholars pertaining to that particular word, you can have that discussion in chapter 2, not in chapter 1. Okay, so be precise. Okay, be precise in explaining, and make sure that it's of course measurable. You can observe that, and then you can study the terms, and then decide how you want to do the measurement, how you want to collect the data related to that particular term in many ways, as shared by all of us this morning, Dr. Suhaila. Another issue that I feel need to be highlighted here is the style. Okay, that's another. Okay, that's another. The commonly accepted style, especially for Islamic studies, okay, ISTAC, IKHS, okay, we use what we call Chicago. Okay, we have Chicago notes and bibliography. Not there is another version of Chicago author. Okay, author style. We are I mean, for ours, for our field of study, normally we use Chicago notes and bibliography style, not the author style. Okay, because there are a lot of footnotes that we're going to normally we will put in our writing. Okay, so that will be normally, okay, the norm that we use in preparing our research proposal. And we will observe that later after this, some of the examples and how this been implemented in different ways with combination, many other formats. Okay, so but this is the commonly accepted within the Islamic studies field of specialization. Some of our students, they may be familiar with, I mean, from educational background, for instance, from education specialization. In education, normally we use APE, okay, not Chicago, okay, due to the fact that it's very, I mean, we are not used to footnotes. Normally we just use in-text citation. And there is very rare, if you find footnotes in education, that will be very rare. Okay, normally we don't use footnotes. Okay, whereas for Islamic studies, we have footnotes that many, and then frequently used by the researchers. Yeah.
When you say normally, do you mean that is the preferred way?
Yeah, that's the preferred way. But that doesn't neglect other style. If you're familiar with, we may accept, provided that it should be standardized throughout all your research. Okay, from the first page up to the end page. Okay, from page to page. Okay, we have no issue. But the preferred way, normally what we do, and our professors, and even, I mean, professors from other kuliah, from Islamic studies specialization, normally they will do and implement Chicago. There are some familiar with several other MLA. What is the stand of IIUM? Yeah, IIUM will be very flexible. CPS will be very flexible. Even in law, they have their own style. I couldn't remember what is the style, but they use that particular style in preparing the thesis. It's accepted. There is no issue. Okay. The important thing, I think, you must be standardized, consistent, okay, in your style. Don't mix 1-2 style in one single, I mean, research work. Okay, we will show you, and then later you will see. Okay, and we observe that some using kind of like a combination, not combination, implement Chicago, but with incompatibilities, in inconsistencies with Chicago style, particularly in stating the footnotes and bibliography. Okay, this is what we observe. So you have to, of course, if you go to CPS, there is no PDF guideline using how to use Chicago. You have to go to Chicago website, Chicago style website, to get the latest version of Chicago. You have to go to APA website in order to get the latest version of APA, okay, and several other MLA and the law, I mean, style of referencing, okay, and citation. Yeah, so you have to refer to those, I mean, websites, sources in order to find the latest version of each particular style. Yeah.
Let's assume I am familiar with ML.
Okay.
And it has versions. That was 2013. If I remain consistent in a particular version from the beginning to the end, I have to go to the most current version, which is 2013 or maybe 2022 or something like that.
Brother, what my question? What version of Microsoft Word you are using now? You have Microsoft Word on your computer?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, what version of Microsoft Word you are using? You are using Microsoft Word version 2000? No. Using the recent version, am I right? The latest version of Microsoft Word. Why for thesis formatting you want to use the older version while you have the new version available? Yeah, that's only the logic. That's only the logic. Use the recent version. Why use the older or oldest version while the new, I mean, ready available and you can access and then have access and have, I mean, them implemented in your thesis. Use the latest version. I would advise you to use the latest version. Yeah, this is my humble advice. Okay, let us just see some of the instances from our student work. Say, for example, we have, okay. So let's see that we have this PDF, then open. Okay, what you view here? The font style is not consistent with the IAM guide and thesis manual. Thesis manual is not like this. This is not the font used for thesis manual. See? Yeah. Okay. And then
I know who's the writer for you.
No. We just go through, okay? Just go through, okay? And then we have like this is introduction, statement of problem. Okay, this section is available. And then we have kind of research objective, research question, and then we have conceptual framework. Okay, we can accept that. But in terms of the formatting, somehow it should be improved. Okay, research methodology, again, literature review. Well, the nature of how you present your literature review, you should take guide from Dr. Hasina tomorrow, yesterday. Okay, pertaining to how you do the reporting for your literature review. It can be done in the form of like historical, I mean, format. It can be done in the form of like issues format you want to tackle, in thematic format. Okay, so in many ways. For me, I would prefer, I mean, in form of like themes or issues rather than historical narrative of your literature review. Okay, but issues, yeah, share with your supervisor as well and get his or her view on this particular issue. And then, yeah, okay, so I mean, in terms of the formatting, okay, why this is in bold while the rest with no Okay, so this is some of the technicalities. You feel that it's not important, but if you do and then submit to a reader, they will feel, I mean, yeah, what kind of research, what is this in terms of the format as far as formatting is concerned. And then you see that this particular, student preparing in a form of, I believe, in a form of like, maybe in a form of, it's like that. There is no footnotes stated here. I believe that he want to implement APA. Yeah, this is APA style. Okay, this is APA style. Okay, this is what we have. But you will see that some of the components are not there. Like maybe limitation, it should be, terms, which I have stated earlier, it's not been stated there. Okay, so, okay, those are some. Let me open another, yeah.
No, the title is problematic also. We are not commenting now on the title.
I'm not commenting the content. I'm just commenting the formatting.
There's a problem with the research objective.
Yeah.
It's different story.
Those are actually.
No, this is a different story.
Don't comment the content. I'm not concerned the content in my presentation. I just the formatting of the research proposal. Okay. Okay. So, okay, we move to another. Okay. This is somehow. More compatible with from the previous, and it's like that he implement here from what stated in text citation. It seems to me that APA style. This is like APA style of say citing the in text citation. In terms of the components, see the component, problem statement, okay, research objective, okay. And then see the research question. So there is incompatibility with the number of research objective and research questions. So this should be improved, okay. So I think this is, been highlighted by Prof. Walid and previously by Prof. Shukran as well. Pertaining to how you formulate your research and the link connection among research objective, research questions, and maybe hypothesis. It should be linked together. Don't state, for example, research question, research objective, and then in research question you mention something else. It should be linked. Okay, should be linked. There is a connection. As well as hypothesis. If you have hypothesis, somehow it should be related to the research question that you have in the proposal. And then later you see that okay, it should be improved. And then we have significant of research. And then we move to research methodology. Research methodology, article consideration, resources. Research methodology in first chapter, normally we put it in brief form. Very, very brief, not that really details, because the details of research methodology will be in chapter 3, as mentioned by Prof. Walid just now. That will be the detail, the procedures, the research tool that you want to use for your proposal. Literature review, and then we move to, this is based on issues, I believe. But in terms of the, let me see the, okay, so this is the research terms and functional definition somehow we have it here stated, and then this is the outline. Yeah, this is like Gantt chart, and we observe that there is a mix here. You observe?
Yeah. Yes. ABC.
This is what we call mixture of styles. We have some of the references stated in APA style, some of the references stated in Chicago style. See? So there is a mix. Okay. So it should be in a standard format. If you are using, I believe that, I mean from the earlier, what we see is that the student want to use APA style. So Maintain with APA style right from the first page up to the end page of your research proposal. Don't mix. Okay, don't mix. Okay. And later we have it. Let's see another. Okay, we go to master. Say for example, this one. Okay, in terms of the wording of the first page should be, I mean, in compliant with the template, indicating that this is a proposal, as what we have in the template. Just maintain, I mean, with this research proposal, not chapter 1. So from the one we see here, right from the beginning, that the student want to implement what we call Chicago footnotes, notes, and bibliography style. Okay, because you have footnotes there. But you will not mention just a link like this. There is a way of how you state internet sources. You cannot just put internet link there. No, there is a way of how you cite source from internet, okay, from internet references. There is a way. You have to refer to Chicago style, how to cite, okay, from internet sources using Chicago style. Not just mention the URL and put it there in the footnote. That's not the way. Okay, so you have to refer that well, okay, and then put it in the correct manner. Yeah, yeah.
Newspaper. But then we see there is no writer who has written the particular issue. But we have seen just the editorial board or desk report, something like that. What should be?
I think there is a way how to overcome that. If you refer to APA or different other styles, there is a way of how you quote source with no author. There is a way of how to do that. Okay, if you go in details, guide in APA or guide for the Chicago, there is a way of how you want to do the referencing for that manual. So I think there is no issue. Just refer to the manual. You will see the guide how to do that. Okay. Yeah.
Issue, we see that Google Scholar, there is a reference, a citation system, APA, MLA, Chicago, whatever. But can you consider that is the latest citation system?
I have to check, but it's there. Normally, there is an article with no author and how to cite the article. There is a way of how to do that, whether you are on APA or on Chicago style. There is a way. Okay, even with no author, with no date of publication, there is a way of how you can still cite that as one of your references. Okay.
Well,
yes.
It's very common in people working in journalism. They are referring to many articles. So there is a way.
Yeah. And then we move to, as mentioned earlier, there is, I mean, a style, and then how you have to abide with the style in stating the references in the footnotes. And then I think we move to the section, this is objective, research question, literature review. We may want to hear if there is any methodology. This is research method, and then theoretical framework there, significance of study, limitation of study, okay, definition of terms, good. And then we move to the chapterization, and this is the list for yeah. You don't mention references like this. You have to detail it out. What version of Bible you are referring to? Not just mention all Bibles and name of the Bible and then full stop. You cannot do that. Even if you are referring to certain tafsir, sometimes, I mean, there is some version of tafsir, and maybe a commentary book. Even there is some version of books, okay, published by publisher, different publisher. Okay, it's also very pertinent, especially if you are talking about fiqh, because they are very concerned which kitab, which book you are referring to, because different book with different printing, sometimes some things happen and then tend to be different from one version to another, from one publisher to another. And also you don't mention like this. No, cannot be that way. This is internet sources. You just cannot list URL. All URL there is like your favorite bookmarks. No. You should be in detailed form. Who is the writer? What is the title? When you access the article, it should be there in a clearer manner. You have that stated in Chicago. You go to Chicago, how to cite internet sources, you will find. Just follow the style and put it, implement, and there in your research proposal. Okay. So, I mean, you will observe that those are actually, I mean, very technical in nature, but always neglected by our students. Okay, neglected by our students. I just want to continue.
About the page number, is requiring APA style?
Page number normally it's down. End of the yeah. Page number is every single page. You have a page number there. How many pages?
No, for example, if you take a note or something from a book.
That's for the Chicago style. If you are using Chicago style, you have to follow the format. If you are using Chicago style, notes and bibliography style, you have to mention if you are cite the information from a specific book, from a specific page, you have to mention the page. This is if you are implementing Chicago. If you are APA, I mean slightly, I mean different. You put it in like a summary format where you remove all those pages. Just mention the name and then the year. Okay. Different from Chicago. Chicago, if you are citing from a specific page, normally they will require to put that particular page. So much detail. There are actually pros and cons there. I mean, people may benefit from the information with the number of pages stated there, so they can just refer directly to that particular page and get the information as it is. But the drawback is that you have to write more and do more. You have to identify which page is coming from. Okay, every single info that you want to cite and then put it in Chicago format in the research proposal. So yeah, there's pros and cons. I mean, yeah, for APA, you much safer, but the information could be if you cite from a single book. The information could be beginning of the book, middle, or maybe end of the book. Where is it? You don't know. Because there is no page stated. Okay, so that's will be the drawback of APA. Okay. And then in text citation are acceptable. Okay. But normally as we practice notes and bibliographic style, is very rare. We normally in Islamic studies, we put everything in form of footnotes. We don't put in a form of in-text citation. Okay, unless you want to practice APA, that one's really different. Okay, because we have APA, the norm is that we have in-text citation. You put the name of the author along with the year inside the text. Okay, and then for Quran, Bible, and internet sources, I think I have highlighted this earlier. And not following the templates, or maybe you are using templates of your own sometimes. We don't know where that template coming from. With no cover, with no name of the student, with no name of the supervisor, or the supervisor is not required, but name of the student and then its metric number is required. So make sure that clearly stated, or else we do not know where is actually this research proposal coming from. From a student, yes, we know, but who is the owner? Okay, so that's why we put kind of certain formats for you to do and follow and implement while preparing your research proposal. Okay, I think I go beyond the time allocated for me. If there is any question from the floor, I'd be more than happy to respond. Yeah.
You don't have anything after this, so you might allow some.
Yep, I think I'm done with that. This is actually conclusion. just frequently visit our stack website and CPS website for updates pertaining to your study. There may be announcement or notification from the administration or office pertaining to your study that you should follow and abide. Okay? That's my humble advice to every one of you. Don't keep yourself alone, okay? Far from everyone with no communication. No. Okay, so please keep in touch with the office, with your friends, with your supervisor in particular, so that you will maintain your candidature, inshallah. And hopefully, all the best to all of you while waiting for your colloquium, for those who are yet to do the colloquium, and your research proposal defense, inshallah. Yeah, any other questions? Yeah, please, brother.
How many words should I write for PhD?
How many words should I write for PhD thesis? It's like 300 pages, maybe. Not maybe, yeah. That's actually a guide. We have like 200 pages, things like that. It's only a guide. Maximum that you can go like 300 pages over something. It's like 100,000 words.
Yeah.
That's the maximum that you can go for PhD. This is actually a guide. We have 2 volumes for someone submitting PhD earlier, explained by one of the presenters, am I right? But the guide is that you shouldn't go beyond 100,000. 100,000 is actually like 350 pages. Shouldn't be go more than that. For master, half, which is 50,000, equivalent to 100 over pages. 150 pages roughly. Yeah, that's guide. We have people from sciences. Their thesis less than 100 pages. It's only a guide. You shouldn't go beyond that. Yeah. If you go beyond that, normally your supervisor will advise you, please trim down your thesis and then your pages, and then make sure that you only focus the important thing, elements of your research. Yeah, maybe normally it's like that.
Is there any date for proposal defense in this semester?
You are from STEP?
Yes.
Once we receive, a proposal from students, we will assign the readers immediately. So you will be called maybe less than, after a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, yeah, for you to do the defense. Yeah, normally ASAP, you alone normally. If you, for colloquium, we try to gather more than one, because we have to call all staff lecturers who are available to be there. But for defense, we only call the leaders along with the committee. So we will try to organize proposal defense ASAP once we receive from you. Any other? Then? Yeah.
Usually, research title can change sometimes. So, which one can come first? Research problem, we find out the research question, and research question can guide from the title. So when I will start searching something for research, title or research problem?
Research problem. You have to focus your research problem, don't focus on the title. What is the problem that you want to tackle? And on that basis, try to formulate your title later on that. Don't think on your title, the beautifulness of your title, and then the succinct of your title. No. Think of your problem that you want to solve in your research, and then out from that, identify variables. Okay, just make sure that they are measurable, observable, that you can study. Don't think something that you couldn't study and not feasible to be carried out, reflection or something like that just now mentioned. Okay, it's not measurable. You cannot measure. How do you measure that? Yeah.
For usually we solve the problem.
Yep. Normally we start with.
Make sense the question, and question can be guided.
That's why we ask you to read and read and read and read. Yeah, because out from the reading, you will observe problems, okay, in your area. You will know what problems exist in your area.
Sir,
With no reading, you have no information.
from how many places I can give the problem, research problem?
From how many places?
How many places?
From the reading. Normally, if you want to get, the real and the problem is very directed, you will go to primary sources like journals or maybe papers presented in conference. Don't go to textbook. Yeah, normally in like primary sources, journals, they will address, current issues. Maybe you want to expand those issues, and then you find gap in those issues that you want to study. If you frequently, we have good collection of journals in our IRM library. Okay, so from journals and from primary sources, normally journals and papers presented in conferences.
Just for clarity, I discussed with one journal editor from the American University, from Bangladesh. That's great. I thought he told me from 3 sources from authority. Any authority can say this is the problem, and another one from the literature, another one from the existing field.
So, but this is what we mentioned now. This is how to identify it.
Yeah.
Not from sources. Right? So either your supervisor will tell you some titles, or you can find it in the literature, or it is a problem that you know and nobody else aware of in your place, for example. But at the end of the day, as Sam said, you have to read also. And not take it like this. You need to read to make sure that it is clear. There is a clear problem.
Sometimes it's a problem to that particular person, as mentioned by Prof. just now, but not problem to others. It's just only that single person facing that problem. But not, for others. So you have to, upon receiving something, you have to explore. Okay, you have to explore and see from different angles the reality of that particular problem, whether it's feasible to be studied or not. So that's another, that will be another stage for you to identify and explore the problem better. Yeah. I think that I hope that everyone benefit from this 2 days workshop, inshallah. Okay. We are around, me and Prof. Walid are around. Of course, we will try to assist in any way possible in our capacity as the one with responsibility in helping STEC students, inshallah. And we love to receive feedback from your side, in particular for this particular workshop. I believe that every one of you will receive, and I think have received from the administration office pertaining to evaluation for this particular program, as well as certificate will be emailed to you. And I believe that slide presentation, also the link, has been emailed to every one of you. Yeah. So thank you very much and wish you all the best. Hopefully we'll see you in the defense session in a very short period of time. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think this interview is distributed. Everyone, it's been emailed to every one of you. We have it online. We don't use USB, whatever. No. You have it online. Just go open your email that you register with us. Don't open different email. The one that you register with us, so we will mail the URL for the location to that particular email. Okay, just keep check and then open your email for that latest update from us. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And have a good journey while you are here in IIM, particularly in STEC. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
He says this is a dialect. He says a challenge.